going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I will ad-lib, and I will be fine. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. What's going on? Greetings. Hi there. Welcome, welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. If you are, happy to have you. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys. It's back. I love it. I missed it.
Well, I heard from a lot of people, because Bill and Mary were like, oh, maybe we'll mix it up. We moved downtown, right? But boy, people were, they were despondent. Or I shouldn't say despondent. They were curious immediately when Mary neglected to say no babies. Of course, the more conspiratorial among our customers thought that meant something.
No.
But Mary Santora is right over there.
I'm here, still not pregnant. Is that better? Hi, guys, not pregnant. Because I kind of am in charge of one child now, so.
Right.
So should I say, hi, guys, not pregnant?
You say whatever you want to say.
No babies?
I'm just passing along the queries that our audience had. Poundcake is back in Studio G because he's a real one.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
And we are live from 668 Euclid. 1 week in the brand new digs. Still some tweaks here and there. We have the Alan Cox Show logo finally up on the screens.
Pretty
in
nice.
the studio.
It looks so good.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, it took some time. I was assured for weeks that it would be ready by the time we launched the show down here, and then it wasn't. And again, it wasn't priority one out of everything that had to be done, but it would have been nice. But things, whatever. What I thought was funny was that the reason we didn't have it is because they ran out of server space or something. Storage.
No one had a jump drive.
There you go. Anyway, so the tail end of the show last night, we're getting ready to sign off. And they go, hey, we got the logo ready. I go, awesome. So it'll be there for Wednesday. Now, the next thing we need to do is get a logo made for Perez Bilton.
Okay.
For the Poundcake Sports Break.
Yeah.
So that when these are going on,
we can put them up behind us.
I can flash them up on the screen.
That would be really cool.
So
I can make them. I'll make them.
Okay. Make them sexy.
I will.
I know for Perez Bilton you will. I mean, for the Poundcake Sports Break.
Oh, his is going to be real butch because that's such a butch segment.
Oh, it is? That logo is going to have a lot of hair on it?
Yeah,
okay.
It's going to be good.
All right.
It's going to be good.
Well,
I got him on a new camera today.
It'll have some kind of helmet on it.
I got him on a new camera today, and it looks good, except
it's strobing.
It's strobing, and I can't figure out why it's doing that. So during the commercial break, I'll go down there and figure it out. But it's a better angle, too.
It needs a focus, probably.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll mess around with it in the commercial and see
down
if we
there
can get
strobing.
Yeah.
Yeah, good for
strobing
you.
Strobing to the left.
And strobing to the right.
I'm strobing.
Uh-huh. Well, it's going to give him kind of it's going to give him like a cool kind of vibe down there, right?
Poundcake in the club.
In the club. Look at that. How weird is that?
Can't see.
Because we all have the same lights in here as he has in there.
I think it is, a camera focus thing. I think it's trying to bring all the light to the middle, because when I am on conference calls in the morning, like with my morning job, and I work from home, sometimes
You run club lights behind you there too?
No, I have light in the background, and the camera focuses and tries to bring the light to a higher resolution.
Yeah.
And then it does that.
Oh, it does look like that. I brought in my laptop, so now I can actually see what people are talking about.
Can you play It's Not Right, It's Not Okay by Whitney Houston?
It's requesting song. Where's the DJ?
Yeah. Hey, it's my friend's 24th birthday tonight. Did you say 24th? Yeah, it's their 24th birthday.
We're
so
celebrating because you don't know who they just sang about it.
I want you to play a song for her.
It's Selma's birthday. There's cake here.
Can we talk about how conniving Mary is.
What did I do?
I'm impressed.
What did I do?
I think it's great.
What did you do?
Well, what's been going on with the bet that Mary and Poundcake have?
I'm trying to be a nice person, and this guy over here is gonna. Go ahead,
No,
go ahead.
I think it's brilliant. I think it's brilliant.
I went.
Well, let's recap for people.
Right.
We said
Yeah.
the Poundcake a couple of weeks ago, and I have, with everything else going on, I've been remiss in not bringing my scale in. But he said that he wanted to. Mary said that if he got to his goal weight by the last live show of this year, December 15th, that she would give him $200. But if he didn't lose the weight, and he's looking at about 20 pounds, that if he didn't lose the weight, he would owe her $500.
Right.
Now, there have been little hiccups along the way. It was all agreed to, and then Poundcake said, well, I didn't say I'd pay it all at once, which isn't how any bet ever works.
No.
Tell that to a bookie.
Right. Nobody gets paid. Could I pay in installments? Right. And so...
So anyway, when Poundcake gets here today, he stops and gets a salad. And it looks like a very healthy salad. It looks like it's very, very light on dressing, lots of vegetables.
Did you go to Heinen's?
Like I think he went to the cafe back in
Oak Tree.
Oh, you did? Okay.
And so he's chomping down on that. And then Mary had sent to the group chat last night, like, hey, come to work hungry. They gave us the wrong pizza last night, so I'm bringing one in for everybody to share. And from the moment she set I didn't even see the box open, and he already had 2 slices of pizza sitting on top of his salad.
That's not. Listen.
But that's not her fault.
I picked up
he
my
has
pizza.
to learn how to say no to things.
I didn't say it was her fault. I said it was brilliant.
You called her conniving.
Yeah.
Yes, because that is a perfect way to go about it.
No.
To act like, oh, we just got this extra pizza.
We did.
Here you go. Here you go. Guy that has to lose 20 pounds.
No,
This is how you teach someone to say no.
I don't think you did anything wrong.
My boyfriend is a vegetarian, okay? So if that pizza, so they gave us a pepperoni pizza on accident. I'm the dummy who didn't check it before I left the pizza shop. Get it all the way home, and I was like, damn it, it was a pepperoni pizza, so I took it
always
back.
check it.
I know, I'm an
Always
idiot. That was 100% on me. So I took it back, and I was like, hey, I was given the wrong pizza. I ordered a veggie pizza. And then they were like, well, just keep it because we're just going to throw it away.
We can't give this to anyone. Mm-hmm.
So then that's when I text the boys, and I was like, hey, guys, I got this extra pizza. So in Bill's mind, I paid money to buy an extra pizza
No,
so
I didn't
that
say,
I could bring it in
I
and
didn't say that.
He's saying the fact you brought it in to work.
Who else am I going to give it to?
I'm saying you saw an opportunity, and you took it because it's just one more day that he's not losing weight.
Poundcake, what are your thoughts on this? Let's go directly to the source. Do you think that Mary was being conniving at all?
Yeah, it was a bitch move.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Then I'll throw it all away. How about that?
I didn't want to speak for him, but I assumed that I think we all knew where he was going with that point.
And then one of the engineers guys comes over. He's like, oh, pizza. I'm like, oh, you can have a slice. And he picks one up in his hand and goes, nah, I don't want it. I'm like,
no.
dude, you just
and puts it back
Now you
down.
have
I'm
to
like,
eat it.
yes, of course.
Yeah, somebody brought a cake this morning.
Yeah.
I know there was a sales meeting this morning, so this office was full. Every seat was full this morning.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, great. But somebody brought a cake in, and I was like, there were like big sheet cake. There were like 2 pieces left.
You don't eat
At
cake.
like 8:45. At
Oh,
8:30 in the morning on
Well,
it?
it's
No.
no different than eating a donut or a muffin for
I don't
breakfast.
eat those either.
But a lot of people do.
I
Or
think-
sugar cereal.
I think cake with frosting is slightly different. Listen, do whatever you want. I was just surprised that at that time of the morning, there were like 2 pieces left.
Or the coffee drinks that people get are
Yeah.
probably just as many calories and as much sugar as
sugar,
a
if
piece
not
of cake.
more.
Understood.
Some
I'm
of those
just
Frappuccino
saying.
things are like
They're
1,200
milkshakes.
calories.
Yeah, for real.
They're
Yeah.
milkshakes with a couple of drops of
Oh my
coffee.
God, I
in them.
love coffee.
That's how you what kind do you like? I like the vanilla frappa rata sata.
Extra caramel sauce, extra whipped cream, topped with chocolate shavings. You're like,
Extra caramel sauce.
you like
right.
dessert.
Yes.
Right.
Uh-huh. You like a malted that slightly reminiscent of coffee.
What's the drum roll for?
I wanted to know what Poundcake was going to say, and he
Oh.
said it. I'm just letting the drum roll go on in case there are any other surprise announcements, Mary. So I'm ahead of the game. Does anybody have any surprise announcements?
Bill and I are doing shows in Willoughby
That's
and
not a
Lorraine.
surprise announcement.
It is. We never get to Willoughby or Lorraine.
You plugged it last night.
Yeah, but it's a surprise.
Hey!
Well, there's people that listen now that don't listen at night.
Yeah,
so,
take
Oh,
it.
there you go.
Tickets at BillSquire.com.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank
All right,
you.
that is a surprise announcement.
Yeah, Mary can't get her IT guy to update her website. So
on my website,
Yeah.
it shows everything, but anytime you touch anything, it goes to a black screen.
Oh, all right.
And it's been like that for like 6 or 7 months. So we're just going to go ticketing through BillSquire.com.
BillSquire.com. Yeah.
All right, let me take a break here. If you'd like to text for something, 35192. You can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com, and we will be back after these.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our
Yeah.
I have to get in the habit of doing that.
Yeah.
Kate
Bush from 85, 84, right? Gets big because of Stranger Things. But Bring Me to Life wasn't in anything. Well, apparently there's something that has been, I guess it's been out for a little bit. It is a music version of Wordle. You guys still play Wordle? Is that still a thing?
I do. I love playing Wordle.
There's something that's called a hurdle, as in I heard that sounds basically like name that tune, I guess. And so yesterday's hurdle puzzle was this song. But somebody else also pointed out that it is on sale on iTunes for 69 cents.
Oh, nice. Nice.
So anyway, I mentioned Evanescence, and I listen, I used to work for Amy Lee's dad. Amy Lee, I met her when she was about 13 years old. Her dad was in radio, and he traveled around the country, so they moved around. John Lee gave me my first part-time radio gig in suburban Chicago. Rockford, Illinois is where I was doing weekends at a top 40 station, weekend overnights at a top 40 station. So it was my first commercial part-time radio job, and John Lee was the boss, and Amy was his daughter. She was 13 at the time. And then about a year later, they moved to Little Rock. Again, you move around a lot in radio, and they moved to Little Rock, and I think that's where her dad might still be. But he was the guy who who set me on my path, more or less. Now, I eventually got fired because I fell asleep on the air. But that wasn't his fault.
Wake Alan up! Wake him up inside!
If only I had... if only she had done that song earlier.
Heated of.
Yeah, that's right. But when I was on in Chicago, I had Amy Lee in. They were in town to do something, and I blew her mind. I said, I met you when you were 13 years old because your dad hired me.
You creep.
Yeah, that's... Make sure you add, because your dad hired me. I met you when you were 13 years old.
At least you didn't say, like, I saw you.
What, you don't meet people? It's not inherently creepy that you meet someone when they're 13 years old. I can't.
But it's
not my fault you were born when you were born.
I'm just saying, but it just sounds bad.
It's not going to hold up in court, Alan.
That I met you when you were 13? There has to be
I don't know when she was born. That's not on me.
Huh. All right.
I asked my bros if she was old enough, and they said, okay.
I said, she's just fine. So anyway, they're making some money off this. Korn and Evanescence. I didn't hear any post-mortem on that show.
And
I assume Poundcake didn't go. Evanescence is Poundcake's favorite heavy metal band. And I assume you didn't go last night.
No, I did not go.
Why?
Because I didn't feel like it.
Man, this guy, it is hard to get him out of his hidey hole.
He doesn't feel like doing anything.
He doesn't want to go see his favorite heavy metal band. Are you going to, I bet you go see Panic at the Disco, your favorite punk band.
If I could get free tickets, yeah, absolutely.
Free tickets. This guy won't even support the bands he likes. He won't support artists he likes.
I'll go there. I'll get a T-shirt. I'll get a drink, a beer or two, some snacks, and I'll enjoy the show, and I'll post on social media for you and promote your brand.
She already did there. I'm going to do all this stuff for you. He's like that guy that in Spain that was trying to get the free empanadas. I'm going to promote you on my channel. They're like, you got to buy the empanada, son. It's $2. Give me $2. Yes, it's all I'm at your table
Panic
for.
at the Disco tickets are not going to be $2.
How much will they be? $35 plus fees? What's the matter with that?
Upwards of like $50.
$50 plus fees.
And I don't have a friend to go with.
You won't drop a C note on Panic at the Disco tickets.
Not right now.
When they're your favorite punk band in the world. They've got new music out.
I don't want to listen to their new stuff. I like their old stuff. I like classic.
Wow.
I'm a Panic at the Disco purist. All right.
He is a fair weather fan, is what
I'm not.
You are a fair weather fan.
He likes the hits.
I didn't say I wasn't a fan. I said I like.
You just
old
won't
stuff.
spend any amount of money to support who you like.
That's not what I said. I said I'm not buying tickets to the show. I didn't say I wouldn't go to the show, and I didn't say I wouldn't support.
Huh.
I'll go there and get a shirt, and hopefully they can sign it for me. I'll throw it back. Maybe Brendan Urie can get some sweat on it, or one of the other no names in the group. I will go. I will support. I'll talk about how hot he is and have people be jealous. Yes, I'll absolutely do that. But I don't understand if I work in this industry when I can have tickets. We have partnerships with these ticket companies. I can get some free tickets if I want some. I don't think
Because
that's
why
unfair,
wouldn't you?
Because you never asked for anything.
Why wouldn't you financially support artists you like? Like, I can get all kinds of free stuff. I prefer to buy things because I like to support businesses and artists that I like.
In Poundcake's defense, you are in a much different income tax bracket.
You think I've been making this money my whole life?
Right, but-
even back in the
Well,
day
you're
when I
also-
didn't have, I think you should. If you like something, you should support them.
Well, if he gets
Imagine if we started charging for the Poundcake podcast, and you got all snippy because nobody was listening to it because they had to plunk down, and you'd be like, "It's just $5.
Yeah.
It's only $5."
I'll put it on Patreon and see what happens.
By the way, there is a new episode of the Poundcake podcast at AlanCoxShow.com. And here's what I've noticed, and I enjoy very much, is that the subtitles of his episodes are getting progressively longer. Right? A couple of weeks ago, it was Beyonce, Beyonce, Beyonce. And then the week after that was Leave Chris Alone. Who's that, Chris Brown?
Yes.
Yeah. And then after that, it was I Got a Good Feeling. So a couple of weeks at 3 words, then we get up to 4. This week's Kobe Bryant's crash photos trial. I like just tell me that next week's episode is going to be at least 6 or 7 words long. That's what I like.
It's going to be like a Panic at the Disco title. That's how I support them.
By ripping them off.
By ripping them off.
I'll have a
is
song
what- yeah.
title that's just two lines long.
Right.
Oh, man.
Well, you should put an exclamation point after Poundcake then. The Poundcake podcast. Poundcake at the Disco.
I got his camera to stop strobing, but now it's so far behind.
Yeah, there's a lag.
There's a serious lag, so
Right.
still trying to figure
And the
things
worst
out.
part of the whole thing, Poundcake is in the picture.
Oh, how do we fix that?
You guys are mean.
We're just supporting you financially. What's the matter with that?
Well, if you support me financially, then you could do whatever you want.
Yeah. That's right.
If only my webcam would work. Oh.
Oh. Yeah. Hey, are you going to benefit from Biden's student loan forgiveness thing here, Poundcake? You were the first person I thought of.
It said from 0 income to 125,000. Yeah, I'll definitely benefit.
Where's this? I didn't see this.
Today, a little while ago, he made the. Boy, that is a very high threshold,
That's what I
by the
said.
way.
From 0 income to essentially you're getting government assistance to
Yes.
making an electrician probably makes 125,000 a year maybe. So that's
But an electrician doesn't have
Student loan.
A college
$60,000
degree.
in student
I'm just saying, I'm
Usually,
thinking of,
yeah.
of
like-
a salary that
yeah.
would pay that. I don't know. Nobody I know. Well, that's not true. Not in the state that I know this. Makes
Yeah,
like
I'm always
25 grand
curious
right now.
why the threshold is so high. I mean, because, listen, economic policy based on spite is not a good solution. You hear a lot of people, why should you take a loan, you pay it? Like, I fully understand that. You can't make the case that taxpayers should subsidize private school tuition for rich kids because most student debt is owed by higher income people. Because a lot of it doesn't, unless you're getting a Pell Grant. So a lot of federal loans, I think all federal loans, most of them, it doesn't matter how much money you make. So it's already, that's the problem people have is why are we subsidizing people who can easily afford it? But it's a good start though, because you're like, not everybody's in the same boat. So you can't do like a shotgun blast and just shoot money at people.
Oh yes, you can.
You can't though. You could, but they should target it. I mean, I think they should target it a little bit more. 125 grand is such a high, because like
I agree. That's just what
a
I
fraction
read.
of this is a fraction of this money is gonna go to people who make like under 25 grand. That's where the
Me
bulk
and
of it. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's where the bulk of it should go because
You just take out the 100 and just leave me with the
Right.
25 grand.
Right,
Well,
we're,
'cause-
we're,
'cause
we're
people
doing
go-
fine in that bracket.
people go, why should this class get a windfall but not students next year? There's a million cases to be made for either side. Students are going to borrow another $100 million next year. So it's not a fix. It's something. This is just fulfilling a campaign promise.
I don't think this is going to happen though. They're talking about it, but
The money's already earmarked. What they need to do,
Go through.
I think if they target it more, it sounds like it's pretty targeted, like Pell Grants and support for public colleges and things like that. That's all good. If you get people who either didn't finish school because they couldn't or didn't get a job with their degree, which is what most people have a problem with and aren't making any money. Like if you went to medical school or graduate school, you're not making any money right out of school, but your earning potential is huge. So those people will eventually make money. There's a lot of people whose earning potential is not huge, and that's the problem, is they're saddled with tens of thousands of dollars in debt. There are some people who think that all student debt should be erased because college is a public good and it should be free. You know, if you can do $20,000, you can do all of it, is what some people think. And other people think, well, college is an investment and blah, blah, blah. But you were the person I thought of because you've been
How much do you still owe,
champing
Cody?
at the bit.
I owe $34,000.
I owe like 47 or 48.
Oh, I thought you said you owed $80,000.
I did right out of college.
Oh wow, you've been making good on that then.
Dude, I've been paying it for 10 years.
I
you
just
know what I mean?
paid off my student loans last year.
Yeah, I got.
Or the year before, 49 years old, I just paid off my student. I remember being in high school and having a teacher who was like, I'm sure I thought they were 60, but they were probably 32.
Yeah, right.
Telling me they were still paying student loans. I'm like, oh my God, you're still paying. Paid mine off at 49.
Yeah. So.
Yeah,
It doesn't. But again, I don't think spite is the way to go about it. People are like, I paid mine. Why can't they pay theirs? Because everybody's in a different situation.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. What I think is going to happen. First off, I think he is trying to keep a promise. But I don't think what he's been doing right now is exactly what's going to continue to happen. He's going to forbear it because there's no harm, no foul. He lives in limbo with this policy. If he doesn't start student loans, or if he starts student loans, then people are going to be like, oh, man, you just let us get used to not having them around and not paying them. We got
Well, they're starting payments up again in January.
Well,
so the freeze only goes until the end of the year.
Yes, but he's been saying that because he's technically it was supposed to end September 1st. They said August 30th they're supposed to start. And
better late than never.
I've been looking, and they're like, oh, it's going to be pushed back to January. He's been doing that for the last 2 years since COVID. Now, COVID was a perfect.
Well, he kind of had
excuse
bigger
to
fish to fry than student loans.
Okay, but this is super specific. Like, I'm reading this article on CNN, and it's canceling a minimum of $10,000 in debt per person is a response to the pandemic.
Right.
So this sounds like $10,000 across the board.
But like yes, but like
then it says
Pell Grant recipients, because Pell Grants are based on your income, so lower income people can get them.
Yeah.
They can get the full $20,000. So I think the targeting people who are like lower income, that's what they should be doing, not giving rich kids a break on their
But not even
student
that,
loan.
because this says forgiving all undergraduate tuition-related federal student debt from 2- and 4-year public colleges for those borrowers earning up to $125,000. So you had to have gone to a 2- or 4-year public college.
I misunderstood.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not going to subsidize private colleges. There's no way that they could, like I didn't go to a public university, so if this were me and I were still paying my loans, it wouldn't affect me at all. There's a lot of details they're going to have to shake out in this, but it's good news for a lot of people.
No, I think he's doing this for the midterms. I think it's going to
You're
stay.
Listen, you're
it's going to stay in forbearance.
You're supposed to fulfill campaign promises. That's the biggest complaint of everybody who holds office is whether or not they fulfilled their campaign promises.
But with those campaign promises,
Trump said, I'm going to stack the Supreme Court, and he did. And as much as a lot of people hate it, that was a campaign promise that he fulfilled.
But he knows that there won't be as much. I mean, the Democrats aren't good at retaliation. Republicans are way better at strategizing and putting stuff together to where stacking the deck in their favor. Democrats have a hard time with that.
Have a hard time with what?
Making policy out of spite. They're not good at spiting the Republicans. They're just not. But with this policy, I feel like
I'm not talking about policymakers out of spite. I'm saying people, like civilians. There's a lot of people who think, well, I paid, why shouldn't they?
I know, but I'm saying,
which I understand, like from your like kind of reptile brain, but that's not good economic policy. And again, they're not cutting people checks. They're saying, hey, here's this much less you'll have to pay, which through the transitive property, keeps more money in your pocket than is then spent and put into the economy. That's what all this is.
I think this is going to be, it will have too much of an effect on the economy if he cancels student debt. He's going to put in forbearance up until he gets reelected. The midterms, if he wins that, he'll keep pushing it back because there's no, he'll be like, oh, well, I didn't have the power.
You know he's not up for reelection in the midterms, right?
I'm saying he's going to make sure he gets the Democrats that he needs to be reelected, and then
this won't have anything to do with the midterms.
It's all about optics. I'm telling you, dude.
I
He's
know.
just doing this to look good.
No, he's doing it because he said he was going to do it.
No,
There's no downside to fulfilling campaign promises.
There would be so much retaliation if
What
this law gets
retaliation?
passed. Republicans
People are
not
voting
going
on.
to like it.
They don't like anything. They don't like anything.
Yeah, they don't want to give veterans benefits. They didn't want to give people that were firefighters and police officers that
Burn
were
pits.
But
Yeah,
this
They all voted
during
against it,
9/11.
yeah.
They're like,
Right.
we don't want to help them.
Right.
Like,
There's no help whatsoever for women
there's-
forced to give birth to dead children.
yeah, they don't want to
So that's
reach
not even the point.
cross the aisle ever.
Okay.
There's nobody's gonna be punished for fulfilling a campaign promise.
Okay.
But again, to your point, a lot of this has got to get shaken out. But
just
it's a
gonna be
good
different.
start.
I'm excited about this.
It's not going to happen, Mary.
When I first came out of, I think it will.
Why wouldn't
or
it
at least to a
happen?
certain degree. Like when I first came out of college, my student loan payments were like $10 a month or something like that.
Oh God,
And
my
you're just
payments were
paying
so
interest.
high.
Well, and then when I got a job, like I don't remember what changed because I think I always did an income-based repayment
I was gonna say,
plan.
the more you make, the more they take.
Right, but at one point I was paying like $400 a month.
Yeah, mine was
And-
$493 a month.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
And I paid that for like a year or two. And then I got to the point where I couldn't pay that much. And they're like, well, that's your income driven repayment plan. We can't go any less than that. So I had to put them in forbearance for a while. So I've been like
And
back
you were
and forth on
you
it.
were somebody who didn't finish. I was somebody who did, but never used either of my degree. Like
Right.
I don't do that. I didn't study
You're
this.
kind of using it right now, going back and forth with Poundcake about political science.
Oh, great. Yeah.
there
The
you
University
go.
of Akron English minor. Listen, Poundcake was the first person I thought of because he could benefit from something like this, and young Mary Santora could too. Not Bill Squire because he's not a paperwork guy.
If they get
And
rid
there's a
of
lot of paperwork involved in this.
Well,
And did not go.
Did not
to
go to college. No.
See, Bill Squire's the smartest out of all of us, right?
Sure.
If you'll allow me, on paper. And he hates paper work.
Paperwork.
I think he's fine with paper, right? Like this doesn't make you mad.
No. not that mad.
Oh, he's very anti-wood pulp being used for anything. I've got to take a break. If you'd like to text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You want to watch there, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
This is Chris Collinsworth. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings.
The Guardians look to get out of San Diego with a sweep this afternoon. Cleveland extended its lead in the AL Central to 3 games with a win last night. Looks like
Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send a text, AlanCoxShow.com to watch live. Thank you so much to our assistant in the video department today, Clenchy D'Angelo.
Clenchy.
D'Angelo. Clenchy D'Angelo. Thank you so much. There's also a brand new episode of the Poundcake podcast at AlanCoxShow.com. It's called Inside the Kobe Bryant Photos Trial or something. A little holdover here from Big Hair Wednesday on the Buzzard. A little docking for you. The song's called Kiss of Death, and this is what I thought of. This was a thinly veiled reference to the AIDS epidemic. You're talking late 80s with this song. Lead-off track. Great album called Back for the Attack. You were a Dokken fan, right? And I was, boy. Ooh, big fan. And I was reading about this woman who is, she caught a body, as Poundcake has said before.
Yes.
She's been charged.
I love using my lingo. It's great.
I do. Yeah. She hella caught a body, according to Poundcake. Charged with murder after she went to visit her inmate boyfriend. This is how you know this was not in New York State, because they don't like the word inmate anymore. It's now incarcerated person. This was in Tennessee. She goes to kiss her incarcerated boyfriend and pass him some meth. How are they not checking? It's hard to see or hard to know how stringent any kind of searches are, anymore. And I have no experience with the correctional system in any state. But she ended up killing her boyfriend after passing him a half an ounce of meth to him in her mouth. She kissed him, gave him the meth, obviously. Why not just opt for the coochie? So they get her on contraband, and they get her on murder. The boyfriend was serving an 11-year sentence on drug-related charges. He would have gotten out in 7 years. And she passed him the meth. Obviously, he was going to distribute that at the correctional center there. And he died. He swallowed it.
Oh,
because
he's not supposed to swallow it.
But he's got to get it in his mouth. That's
one kinky snowball. The old meth snowball.
Yeah. This is dangerous game, boy, when they pass people balloons in prison and you hope that it doesn't pop. For any drug mule, you hope that it doesn't pop.
I mean, that's a dangerous game anyway, trying to keep balloons from touching the ground.
Keep you uppy.
Yeah, you got to keep the...
I play that with my daughter all the time.
You call it keepy uppy?
Keepy uppy. Well, she's a big Bluey fan, and on Bluey, they call it keepy uppy.
It's a fun game, but it can get real serious. If a balloon goes flying across the room, you got to jump over the couch to knock it up.
You
keep
really
it going.
do. I cracked my ankle on an ottoman one time trying to get a balloon.
And there wasn't even any meth or heroin involved.
Well, don't act so quickly. Why do you think I was trying to get it so quickly? I was passing my daughter an empty balloon. Nothing in that balloon, but
hot air.
Right. But poppers or whatever. Yeah, so she passes this to the boyfriend and swallows it, but he dies. And so anyway, now she'll just take his place there with the Tennessee Department of Corrections. But you got to wonder how many times she had done that before. Just making out with this guy. Hey, baby, I got a hot tongue for you, or whatever people say. When they get in there.
No, that's what they say. That's what
tongue.
everyone says when they want to make out with someone. They go, "Hey, baby, I got a hot tongue for you."
That's right.
Hot tongue incoming.
That's right. That's how I get my wife worked up. I go home to Gwen, and she goes, "How was work?" And I go, I got a hot tongue for you. She just assumes it's a euphemism for me talking for a living. And I go, oh, no. Alan, can we please have a new segment on the show called Economics with Helpful Brown? Okay, could you do that? Could we do like a new segment with you where it's just called Economics with Helpful Brown?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely we can, because y'all know what y'all talking about.
Dude, I hated my economics class. I took one economics class in college because I had to.
Oh, I got
And
out
it
of
was
that.
like economics 101.
It's still coming back up on her.
It was bad.
I
took the remedial equivalent of economics, and it was like excursions of mathematics.
Oh, God.
Because I was like, there's no way. I was like, I know I'm going to fail this class. I was like, I don't know stats. I don't know multiplication. Like, I was like, I'm going to fail. You're like, you're not going to fail. Give it a try.
You don't know multiplication. I was just going to ask, what is a remedial econ course?
I don't.
Like Econ 100 is pretty much remedial.
So I don't.
Most accounting is addition and subtraction.
I don't know if it was a remedial course. It was just an alternative, and it was like the only alternative. And people,
That's what they call it to make you not feel so bad for taking remedial math in college.
Well, I don't know that it was remedial, but when I spoke about it, people didn't know what I was talking about, and there wasn't people in my class that they didn't know math. They just didn't want to take stats.
Right.
And I could not do stats. I was like, no.
Oh, I'm terrible at math too. Don't get me wrong, but for some reason, my stats probability class, I killed it.
That's one I can't do.
I don't know how I did it.
Calculus, a breeze. Took up to like Calc 4, Calc 5, no problems.
Nope.
Calculus in 4 dimensions, nailed it. Got an A+. Statistics, I look at it and I'm like, this is German. I have no idea.
Really?
I cannot do statistics and probability are so hard.
Was your
for
text
me.
in German by any chance?
It might have been. Statistics was the only math class that didn't make sense to me.
Diffie-Q and differential equations and stats and probability were the only 2 math classes in college that I remember accidentally doing well in.
Diffie-Q, you'd think you'd be good at. That's like a core part of calculus.
I was okay at calculus. I was by the seat of my, but I was like running with people that were like legit brainiacs with the physics, and I was hanging on for dear life. And I didn't really need to take math classes. For a while, I was taking them in college to prove to myself that I could do them, and I stopped doing that with the quickness.
I have proved it. I am fine.
They said, show your work. And I go, I don't need to do this. Why am I doing this? I think it was partly because of my dad, too.
Yeah.
Because he was an engineer, and so he was teaching those classes at a college level. He was teaching like statics and dynamics and physics and things like that. And so there was a part of me that I was like, I am clearly the artistic-brained person in my family, but I'm going to show my dad that I can do this stuff. I'm going to prove to him, and I could not. I could not.
So this excursions of mathematics was the class I told you guys about, where I started showing up, and day by day there was less students in the class, and not because they dropped it, but because she would film every class, and then people would just watch it on like online anyways. So there was no point in showing up. She's like, oh, all my classes are recorded, so no need. So she would literally speak to a lecture hall of maybe like 100 students, and then but it would be by herself. It was the freakiest thing.
This class he's talking about at the University of Akron is called Mathematics for Everyday Life. You have to understand
change,
interest, monthly payments for loans. Listen, when
I don't
you
remember this at all.
When you get into the upper echelons of economics, it gets very complex. But if you're talking about an Econ 100 class,
I don't think it was that. It was just called It wasn't Stats for Everyday Life was the class that I didn't want to take. It was Excursions of Mathematics.
That's what this says. Excursions in Mathematics.
Okay, then
right.
Yeah.
Dude, I want to be more. I mean, my parents. I feel like when you grow up poor, learning things like that is not at the forefront of a poor family's brain. Teaching you mathematics.
That's how they keep you. That's how they keep you in line.
Well, not even keeping you in line. It's like we don't have time to worry about teaching you how interest works because we're 3 months behind on our car payment.
It's not an issue of financial literacy when you don't have
Right.
enough money. You're
Exactly.
You're not budgeting it improperly.
Correct.
There's no money.
We have 7 people eating on one factory person's income. So
Right.
this is
See,
like.
My parents also didn't teach us anything like that. They're teaching us all this Mormon stuff, and like they tried, like they're like, save a little bit of money, that kind of stuff. but they didn't, like, I didn't have any financial literacy coming out of, off my mission. And when I started doing comedy, like, I had to learn all that stuff on my own.
You got to know how to tithe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. They go 10% to God.
And that's a nice round number, too. 10% of anything's easy, especially when Jesus is helping you with the calculations.
32 years old, learning how to do money all on my own. And the other night, I don't know why, I was like, couldn't sleep.
Couldn't your boyfriend help you? He's very good with money.
He's not very good with money. There's a difference.
He's great with money.
He's just cheap.
He's got so much money.
There's a difference between being good with money and being cheap.
Well, that's fundamentally good with money if you're frugal.
I guess, but it's not like I don't know how to describe it. If you put like...
It's better to be cheap than frivolous.
And that's fine. But if you put like a stats problem in front of him or anything about the economy, I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
Well,
it's
again,
not like that.
He doesn't need to know that.
As far as financial literacy goes, he knows put money in your savings account. That's all that he knows.
That's more than a lot of people.
Which is fine. And I'm not talking bad about him at all. What I'm saying is that the other night I couldn't sleep because I was focused on money. And I hit up my one comedian friend who's doing incredibly well. And I just texted him at like 2 a.m. and I was like, how do you open a Roth IRA? And he was like, this is the most random you up text I have ever gotten
By the way, you open one, you go to one of this company's websites and they walk you through.
Well, I told him and I was like, I since I quit gambling, I have a little bit of change that I want to do something with. Because to me, just having money in a savings account kind of seems pointless, where it's like, sure, you have the money, but it's not doing anything. It's just sitting there.
I thought you were going to give it to Alan and maybe me to go and gamble for you.
No, because you guys said that you were going to lie about it.
Well, we thought about it. We thought better about it.
We changed our minds.
We think we want to do that now.
Yeah, okay. Well, whatever.
We want to gamble it. We want to make sure it gets gambled.
Then you'll have to live stream it. You'll have to go on Instagram Live and stream yourself using my money to gamble.
We will.
No,
absolutely.
you will not.
I can't.
Why won't we?
Give me $40. I'll go.
Here's Bill and me gambling with your money.
I'll give you $40 right now if you go gamble during the next segment.
Proxy gambling with Mary's money. Yes.
I'll
have a logo made up for that. Throw that up on the screens.
But so I hit up my buddy who he is like, he runs his own business and he very much so has like investments and accounts and accountants and like all these people.
He has a portfolio.
So that his money is just making more money. And I was like, teach
passive
me
income. That's
how to do this. Yeah. And so I'm going to be seeing him next month. And he's like, I'll walk you through everything you need to do and give you a couple suggestions on how I started. You don't need a ton of money to be able to start doing this kind of stuff. So I am actually looking forward.
Everybody tells you the same thing. Buy an apartment building and then overcharge for rent.
I don't want to do
flip.
that.
I know, but people are like, they're not making any more land.
Yeah.
Buy land and property. Like,
I don't think he has that.
Is a thing to do, but you know.
But yeah, I am looking forward very much to getting an insight from him because I had that buddy, I talked about it on air, where my buddy's like, he's also very good with finances, and he's like, oh, well, we'll have a meeting and I'll walk you through finances and yada yada. And I showed him my budget and all the money I make and what it's allocated for. And his financial advice was, you need to make more money. And I was like, this was a waste of my afternoon. Like, what are you? And because, like you said, it's not that I'm using it improperly.
You're just
there's just not enough coming in.
If you go to an advisor and you show them that you're just getting everything covered, you have nothing to play with.
Right.
And they can't tell you anything.
Right.
I mean,
they just kind of look at you like, I don't know, how can you make more money?
The Roth IRA is a fantastic idea, though.
Right. So
good way to make more money. Give some to me. Give some to Alan. We'll go gamble it for you. We're very lucky. We'll make you lots of money.
I don't think you're that lucky.
I'm pretty lucky. I'm doing this, and I didn't graduate from high school, so.
Yeah, but this doesn't require a high school
diploma. And radio is
diploma.
the lowest rung on the entertainment ladder, too. So
right, but I mean, like,
we're all in the same boat.
There's a lot of people that didn't get where I am, and they graduated high school, and they went to college, and so I feel like I'm very lucky.
Well, there's a lot of people further along than you that have doctorates. What, Dr. Ken? What's his last name?
Dr. Ryan Berglund?
No, Ken, he's an actor and a comedian.
Ken Jeong.
Ken Jeong.
Yeah.
He's a doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, medicine was so great for him. He goes, I'd rather be in showbiz.
I'm just saying that there are.
I didn't say I was the furthest along, but I was saying, like, for someone that has accomplished what I've accomplished in that aspect, the education department,
you're doing great.
I'm really low.
You're doing great.
I've been very lucky.
But that luck is not the same as gambling luck.
We don't know that
luck
until
in life.
we
No,
try
I
it.
can tell you.
We don't know it until we try it.
I am
Mary.
very lucky in life.
I never step on cracks.
My mother's back has remained unbroken.
That's right. He wants to do a lot of crack. But
you think I'm walking under a ladder? No, I'm not walking under a ladder.
What do you do if you see a black cat?
He murders them in the hallway.
Yeah.
Yes.
I stomp on it.
With an airsoft gun. He stomps and then he shoots it.
Yeah.
Double tap right between the eyes.
Yeah. I've
know,
never
man.
broken a mirror.
I don't believe that.
How would I break a mirror?
Oh, drop it, run into it.
Looking into it.
There it
See what
was.
happened?
Oh.
Hey!
Professional broadcast.
I was lucky until then, and then Alan brought me back down to earth.
I got a lot of messages when we were talking about the kid who won the mullet competition yesterday.
Bill, I believe you're talking about Mullet Girl and Mullet Mom. Growing up playing Cuyahoga Falls Little League South, there was a girl 3 years behind me whose red mullet matched her mother's, and the coaches, players, and parents referred to them as Mullet Girl and Mullet Mom. I never knew her actual name, but I think we went to the same grade school, and I think we went to the same middle school. I remember us being dicks as kids and making fun of the haircuts because we'd never seen that before when you're 10 years old. But I remember that girl.
Was he talking about what you were talking about yesterday?
I think he's exactly talking about what I was talking about.
Well, here's the kicker. He goes, I don't know their names. I looked into this. Mullet Girl and Mullet Mom. Unfortunately, her name was Meredith Ullett. So it was one huge misunderstanding. And the daughter's name was Madeline Ullett. And their hair was fine. It was just it was a normal hair. But it was a big misunderstanding.
That kid's hair was insane because it was really long. It was like the full, like I said, poofy 80s bangs with a long, dark red mullet. Like, it was dark red.
That's right. Alan, one time on the show you called yourself Sloppy Thumbs Cox. I think about that on a weekly basis. Wow. Look at you on a weekly basis. I didn't even remember saying that.
Oh,
I mean, I do call myself that, old Sloppy Thumbs Cox.
We made it into a little clip or something.
Probably.
Old Sloppy
But those are,
Thumbs Cox.
those are smoke rings. You know, it's they're made from nothing and then they're gone in an instant. Restructure might forgive Mary's whole loan. The one proposal was to pay off balance of loan after 10 years of payments. You've been paying for how long?
Well, I don't know if that counts if it's also in forbearance because I haven't been paying consistently for 10 years, but I have because it's been in forbearance a couple times.
I was going to say, I thought forbearance couldn't be longer than 2 years.
At a time.
Cumulative.
No. I've definitely had them in forbearance for longer than 2 years because it's been like
you can have it 2 years and then like pay for another 6 months and then have 2 years again.
I know people are going to get mad. Based on my situation and what I've experienced, I have put loans into forbearance for, unless it's been right at 2 loans, like 2 years, like if I put it in 4 separate times for 6 months. But I feel like... No! Because that's what's going to happen. Mary's an idiot. She talks about, she doesn't know who said a student loan.
But they don't know your situation.
And that's what I'm saying. Based on my situation, I feel like I've had them in... Over the course of the last 10 years, I feel like they may have been in forbearance longer than 2 cumulative years.
Do you have to put it in forbearance? Can you put it in forbear uncles?
No bitches. No bitches. Nobody.
Now they're not going to be mad at you.
Yeah.
You see how he diverted the attention away from you? By the way, somebody else. That's right. No bitches, no money. Somebody else from earlier in the show thinks that Bill is the real conniver with that whole pizza situation because he thinks, this person that texted me, is convinced that Bill messed with your website so that you'd have to sell tickets to your joint show
through his
at
website.
BillSquire.com.
Pushing the traffic to old pure BS over here.
That's right. So he could poach a disproportionate amount of fans. And
to the same show?
Yes. Because they're going to BillSquire.com because MarySantora.com is blacked out.
Mm-hmm.
So not really an IT issue, a BS issue, if you get what I'm saying.
Conniver.
Bill Squire.
I'm just going to go with no comment.
Bill! Don't steal my fans. They're your fans too. 99% of people
His
who
no
know
comment
me know
is still
you.
a comment, by the way.
Is there a place around here other than the bathroom that I can get some tissues?
What a random question. That you can get. Probably in the kitchen there might be So can you use paper towels?
No,
Do you
I
need
need
to
tissues.
to pick your nose? What do you need
Yeah,
to
I
do?
need to pick my nose.
You need to go knuckle deep?
Just pick it.
No.
I'll get you on camera right now.
Just
The
pick
lag
it.
is fixed.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Just get up in there.
No.
Tell Mary you had to graduate from college to get forgiveness of loans.
You gotta go back to school.
For real?
Back to school, Mary.
Where does it say that?
I don't know.
I didn't see that anywhere in the CNN article.
I'm just reading what one person texted me,
That's
so they
because-
could be wrong. Apply to people who didn't finish.
I'm calling Joe Biden. And I'm saying, listen.
Hello, Joe Biden.
Are you my daughter?
Are you so sleepy? I need to talk to you.
Hmm.
And he'll say, you know what, Mary, you're right. All your loans are forgiven. And I'll fix your website.
You know what? And all future loans are forgiven as well. Just
Thank you.
borrow away, baby.
And I'll teach you how to do a Roth IRA.
That's right. A David Lee Roth IRA is what I've got.
Flippity-flop.
That's right. That's what you got to put your money into. You'll get 5,000% return. Mm-hmm. I'm going to take a break. I'll have those I Prevail tickets for you. I want to go see them. They're playing the Agora with some other bands November 11th. I'll tell you all about that show after the break, but they're pretty solid. So if you want to see them, I'll hook you up. 35192 if you want to text for anything else, and AlanCoxShow.com. You can hit us up there.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on
I want to go see I Prevail. They're your headliner with Pierce the Veil, Fit for a King, and Stand Atlantic. That is a good lineup. It's going to happen Friday, November the 11th at the world-famous Agora right here in Cleveland, Ohio. Tickets, info, all that at agoracleveland.com. 2 tickets for you. Caller 10 for I Prevail. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I'm surprised we didn't get a message from Dustin going, Mary, why don't you just use some of that GoFundMe and pay back? You worry about them student loans, Woodhab and all that daddy GoFundMe money.
Just saying, that's a lot of money.
I'm just telling you. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know the cremation don't cost no $8,000. Well, it did.
Yeah. Hey, your Cleveland Guardians over the San Diego Padres last night. 3-1 was the final out there in San Diego. And they're playing them again right now, aren't they? Yeah, I think it just started.
Yeah, it started like 3:30.
The afternooner.
Or it's starting in a few minutes.
Okay.
Maybe
Or
3, I don't
yeah,
remember.
again, this thing is screwing me up because nobody can figure out how to fix the time in my browser.
Yeah,
so it's giving me they were in there before. I go, hey, listen, it's not the monitor. Our browsers now say that you have to go through an admin.
No, it started at 4:10.
Yeah, 4:10. That's right. It's showing me these Central Times. And so I go, we'll get an admin in here then. And he goes in and he can't figure it out. I assume that once we move downtown, the browsers, the whole admin thing is because they don't want anybody having porn sites up or something, right?
I don't think they want people.
Except it's not that.
They don't want people downloading software that they shouldn't be downloading, things like that. More worried about viruses and.
Okay, well.
That's what I imagine.
Right, but you get a lot of viruses on porn sites. And the porn came right.
I wouldn't know. Real men don't need porn.
The
Mr. Porno Premium over here.
Yeah, Mr. I pay for porn.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just let it come out of my bank. Talk about financial literacy
That's
over
right.
here.
It's financial cliteracy, Mary. Listen, thank you. He's the antithesis of Poundcake, by the way, who won't spend one thin kroner on supporting any of the artists he likes. Bill supports an art form he likes but doesn't consume it. He goes, I'll pay for porn, and I won't watch it. Anyway, 4:10 today is when that Guardians-Padres game starts here on MMS. And Jose Ramirez made history last night. Only 5 other players in franchise history with the Indians/Guardians have made it. He drove in his 100th RBI of the season. That's exciting.
It's very exciting. Very impressive.
I mean, he's the highest paid player, I think, in the history of Cleveland baseball. So that's good. You want to be making those, you want to be doing that kind of good. Well, you know what I mean, though? There's a lot of these guys that make a ton of money and then they get a cold bat or they get hurt or something. This guy, he's like, this is why you're paying me all that money. So very quickly, he drove in his 100th RBI of the season. Only 6 Cleveland players have ever done that within the first 121 games. Of course, White Sox great Jim Thome is on that list. Manram's on there. Albert Bell. Remember him?
Oh, yeah.
Travis Hafner. Wow.
T-Hef?
Remember Travis Hafner?
Do you remember what his nickname was?
T-Hef.
No.
They call him T-Half Decaf because he never had full. No, he was here before my time.
Yeah,
so
his nickname was Pronk. P-R-O-N-K. Pronk.
I do remember
And
that.
why was it?
It's some nickname I think he got in high school or something.
All right.
I don't remember exactly where it came from, but yeah,
Pronk. Yes, nicknames are really important to some people, aren't they? Like, I never had a nickname. I mean, obviously, everybody calls me Captain Fun. But I never
Can't
really think
give
of
yourself
that.
nicknames.
No, I don't.
That's not how it works.
No, I mean, everybody calls me that. I grudgingly accept it because I am super fun. But I'm sorry?
We don't do it because you're super fun. We do it because it's
No, not you guys.
opposite.
You guys make fun of me for it. I'm just saying that everyone else outside of this show genuinely calls me Captain Fun.
Everyone being.
Well, I mean, when I do my pre-show stroll, now that we're downtown, it's become a little bit of a ritual. I'm trying to kind of mix up the way I do things, We've had to relearn so many parts of this job down here that I thought, well, let's add some other things in there too. And so I take a pre-show constitutional around the block, clear my head, and invariably somebody would go, "Hey, yo, Captain Fun." And it allows me, I like it because they put the name with the face.
Obviously.
But a lot of them they have no clue.
But they can't tell because your cape. If you don't have your cape on, how do they know that you're Captain Fun?
That's the vexing thing. My cape is in a bin in my garage.
And what's it doing there?
Well, I think I came to the conclusion that I don't really need the cape. If so many people see me and go, "Hey, oh, Captain Fun," exactly like that. It's always preceded by an "Hey, oh."
Hey, oh, hey.
This is going to make you laugh. Do you remember Larry the Cable Guy?
Yes.
He had an album, and it was called Morning Constitutions. But you know how Alan, when he does his afternoon constitutional, he's taking a walk. Well, Larry the Cable Guy.
Taking a dump. Yeah, of course. I'm taking my morning constitutional in here. Hey, don't knock on the door, man. I'm taking a dump. You got to fish where the fish are, man. He, that guy has.
You might have thought he was going to be taking a walk, but no, he's taking a dump.
No.
And they show it.
Old Danny has created quite the project for himself. By the way, Project Donkey was the impetus for Pronk.
Oh.
The rumor was that Travis Hafner was hung like a donkey. Now, that sounds like a nickname you gave yourself.
Yeah.
Because it's so silly. It's actually genius. It's so silly that everybody would go, "Wow, where did that come from?" And then you go, "Well, the rumor." Around wherever he went to school, around the campus of University of Tennessee, JUCO, they got...
I think he's from North Dakota.
My high school cheerleading coach's friend married him. And she went to the wedding, and when she came back to practice, like that Monday, she showed us all pictures of her with Grady Sizemore. And like 14-year-old us were like, "Oh my God, you met Grady Sizemore!" We're like freaking out. And she was like, "Yeah, he was a douche. Like, he sucked."
Who cares? Sizemore is the greatest name you could ever have if you're a professional athlete. Yeah, his wife's from Westlake.
Yeah.
He's from Jamestown, North Dakota. Part prodigy, part donkey. I don't know.
Part donkey.
I don't. Right.
It's just a funny nickname, Pronk.
Mm-hmm. Alan, why didn't Charlie call you Captain Fun this morning? Listen, that's
I heard that this morning.
I didn't hear anything.
Charlie I was on RMG TV, I guess. I wasn't quite sure what he was doing, but people were telling me that's what it was.
It was on. They were on live at that time.
Were not.
They were on the air because I was listening to.
I know the show
gym.
was, but I was up here doing some things, and Charlie was walking around with
he's got a
gimbal and he just had an iPhone in a handle, and he's walking around talking to people. And well, he did once the cameras were off. He called me Captain Fun. I don't think he wanted to embarrass me.
Well, yeah, I mean they don't have the same. That's a lot to explain while he's going around the office.
That's right.
Talking about all the sales meetings that were going on. And Alan Cox Show is
here.
Alan Cox Show is here.
Captain Fun.
Here's Captain Fun. They're not going to know the context.
And who wants to explain all that anyway? Not me.
Lots of people do.
No.
A lot of people would love to.
Hey, by the way, I'll tell you what. This guy, and I know that this was an accident, but this guy whose gun went off in Walmart, and he shot 4 people with 1 bullet.
Oh, wow.
This guy is like the envy of every mass shooter out there. 4 people with 1 bullet.
This is like The Office where they're trying to figure out how to shoot Hitler, Toby, and Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, or
right?
Saddam Hussein.
Saddam Hussein, with 1 bullet. And Dwight's like, "Oh, you shoot him through the neck.
Line him up in order and shoot him straight through the neck." Yeah.
Ow!
I can't even shoot Poundcake anymore because he's not right next to me.
Well, you're like shooting into a wall, and then like it goes through the wall and hits me. So.
But you're at the other end. You're at the very end of
That's
our
how
space.
good you are.
I'm at the very front. You are at the very back corner. I'm in the very front corner. You are in the very back corner.
We could set up like a turret or something.
A what?
Do you know what a turret is?
No. What is that?
You tell me what you think it is.
I don't even know what to get. I don't even know. What is
Do you know what a terrain is?
Isn't that what you drive into like a sunset, like a terrain?
Terrain would be a landscape thing. A terrain would be like a piece of, isn't a terrain that's like a gravy boat?
I don't know what anything is.
A terrain is something that, you know what terrain is?
I know what terrain is.
You know what a terrain is?
I do not.
Okay, I think it's like a piece of china or something that you like have liquids in. It's like a serving dish. You know what a turret is?
That I do
That's
not.
what Bill mentioned was we set up a turret, and then we just put a
That's a
firearm
famous
on it.
actor. That guy he plays Jesus in The Big Lebowski. Turret.
John
Turturro
Oh.
is the actor that you're thinking of. No, a turret would normally be like a tower on a castle or like a big structure, but you put a gun on it, and now you've got yourself you've got a gun on a turret.
Oh.
And so Bill's suggestion was that we set one up so that I can just but I would have to fire through all of the studios because right next door.
We'll put a button. You press the button, and it'll be up in the corner of Studio G where he's usually at.
It's in his room.
It's in his room.
It's not in here.
It'll be up in the corner.
This is why he's my engineering go-to, Bill Squire. Because here I'm thinking, how am I? I'm an idiot, right?
It'd be
How am I
ridiculous
ever?
to shoot through all those
all of
rooms? It would be disruptive.
I'd end up killing Leanne,
Jeremiah and Kristen.
Jeremiah. There's no one. Whoever's in TAM.
Probably Carmen.
Carmen Angelo.
Yeah, he's probably in there.
And he loves to eat. I don't want to deprive him of that. I don't want to interrupt that life.
And you can't eat if you're dead.
You can sure try. There's some people walking around here who I guarantee would sure try, but you can't. And then, obviously, no one in the Rover studio. And at the very end there, young Poundcake.
Little old me. I can take it. I can take it.
He can take it, can't he?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Why are there so many flies? I'm going nuts. There's just not enough people in here and not enough food for all these.
I said it yesterday, Cody. Wash your ass.
I washed my ass. This is ridiculous. Like I didn't even at Oak Tree there were not these many flies. Like I don't understand where they're coming from.
I think people are bringing them in when they come and go down the hallway to go to the bathroom.
But we also are dealing with a building that's got residential apartments above, and you got the restaurant next door. You got people like constantly people going in and out, so they can come in through the vents and stuff.
By the way, Poundcake,
through the vents.
In the morning, like when I get in, both of those lobby doors we have are wide open.
Oh,
they don't lock those in the morning. Maybe they want to make it look inviting or something. Or
It's
they have,
not. We're not
they have
inviting.
clients come in, right? They're constantly giving tours of this place now. But those doors are wide open. But somebody else was lamenting the state of that. They said exactly what you said. They were like, it's like Oak Tree around here.
But it's
We
not
got
even
flies.
It's not even Oak Tree.
It's the one. There's one fly in this entire establishment here, but it makes its way around.
But remember when we did have like a fly infestation at Oak Tree, probably a year ago?
I don't remember that.
Like there was like bugs coming out of drains.
Well, because people kept pouring stuff into a sink that didn't work.
Oh, right.
No, it was because there wasn't that many people flushing toilets and using the sinks because everyone was gone during COVID, and I think some sewage was like backing up or something. I don't remember, but
we're not going to have those issues down here.
Ugh.
There's always people in these hallways.
I think Mary's onto something though. I think you
doing
need to
custodial
wash
work.
Your ass, Poundcake.
There's maggots in there. That's why you can't get a boyfriend. Maggots are fly larvae.
But don't they feast on live flesh that's becoming necrotic?
What do you think is in his butt?
Live flesh?
Poop.
Poop.
You're so nasty.
You're the one with the flies flying around you.
They're like
Big
I haven't
Pen.
had any issues
They're
with any
not
flies.
big flies. They're like little fruit flies. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't have any food in here.
When's the last time you took a shower?
Yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also
What
not
time?
like,
What
but
time
they're not
yesterday?
lighting on him. They're just flying around.
They're flying
They're-
around or landing on like the microphone. Like they're just big enough to where I can see that there's something flying. I keep thinking that it's like a fuzz or something, or there's dust on this board.
Put up a fly trap. Get one of those sticky things and hang it from the ceiling.
We're always advertising Zevo.
Yeah.
Those things you just plug in. Tell them to get some Zevos around this bitch.
I was gonna say, are they done splurging for things now?
Oh yeah,
Now that
we
our new
finally got
studio?
our logo up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
I think
that's
little-
the last thing we're getting.
That nickel JPEG is the last bit that they're spending on the. It's not part of the original build, Poundcake. They want nothing to do with it.
I just really.
But you could probably go and buy one. You can, they're at Target or wherever they are too. Now again, I don't want us all to go past the fact that he said he took a shower yesterday.
I don't take a shower in the morning. I take a shower yesterday.
Yesterday night.
Last night?
Yeah, when I got home.
You took a shower when you got home. Now, why did you take a shower when you got home?
Because I just feel icky all day just sitting. And I don't know.
Will you take
didn't-
another shower tonight when you get home? How frequently do you shower?
Oh, no, it's periodically, whenever I feel like it. It's not, I don't have like a set schedule or anything like that. When I feel gross, I take a shower.
Do you frequently feel gross? You know, there are people at both ends of that spectrum. Granted, it is true. You don't need to shower every day.
It's actually better for your skin if you don't.
Correct. However, some people shower twice a day. Some people never shower. You ever met somebody who prides themselves on never doing hygienic things? Like I used to work with a guy a long time ago, big, fat, greasy dude, who was at the Top 40 station in the town I was working. And he loved to tell people that he never brushed his teeth.
So
Now,
gross.
this
what
guy...
a weird thing to be happy
That's
about.
what I'm saying. It's like in his mind, this set him so far outside the norm that he was very proud of it, you know?
So gross.
But this was a guy who
brush
was
your
eating
teeth, dude.
this was
I
a
know.
guy who was eating McDonald's or fast food of any kind, like morning, noon, and night, literally.
Ugh.
Never saw this guy with a vegetable in his hand. But he would tell you in between the H and the I and high that he never brushed his teeth.
What is he expecting people to say back to that?
I don't know.
Sweet dude, kiss me.
He was also, well, he was married.
So?
But you also figure it's not like he just got married and let himself go. This was probably a pre-existing condition. He was also the guy that had the booger chair.
God, it's so gross. Some
I've
people
told
are
the story
so
before.
freaking gross,
When
dude.
they swapped out, when
Stop.
they swapped out chairs in his studio, because his was right next to mine, and they threw him into the furniture graveyard. His got just kind of tossed and incidentally flipped over, and it was all dried boogs underneath.
It makes me want to throw up.
That is pretty gross.
How much to lick it?
$50,000.
All right, let's start a GoFundMe.
We gotta have the booger chair though.
We'll make
Alice
one.
Dustin, how much that booger money you got, man?
We'll make a booger
No,
chair.
there have been times
can
in my
make
life where I've gone through like a real depression, and I have gone like a week without showering.
Oh, yeah. I've
Like-
been there.
Like just
They
late.
say self-care is the first, lack of self-care, right? Is the first thing goes out the window when you're
Mm-hmm.
clinically depressed?
Because I literally did not get out of bed. I was like, why am I showering? What to put on new clothes? And then I put on
But
new
it feels
clothes to go
so
lay in
much
bed.
better once you do.
Dude, when we first got locked in, I had to like set an alarm every other day on my phone, like put it in my calendar to take a shower, because when I was so depressed and anxious about the pandemic that I went like a week, maybe even 2 without showering, and I felt like the same thing you did, Cody, where it's like, nothing matters if the world's ending. And then I would have to tell myself, hey man, you gotta put on jeans
But
today.
also, wouldn't
you
one
gotta put on jeans
Wouldn't
today.
one small part of trying to feel better manifest itself in showering and maybe getting
Yes,
dressed?
and you always feel better after you do it. It's just like he said, where you're just like, what's the point? I'm not
Well-
going to see anybody. I'm not
Well,
going anywhere.
But it sounds like he's still kind of living the way you were then.
How am I?
April of 2020.
You said you shower when you feel like it.
But I usually feel like it every other day, so
Okay,
it's not
okay.
like that anymore. But no, I think public humiliation is a good thing because it actually kind of helps me, because it wasn't until I
Well, you're nailing it.
If you're the one, I was going to say, provided you're the one doing the humiliating.
No, when I get humiliated, like it got to the point to where my roommates were like, they would send me memes, like passive aggressive memes, like wash your ass, like we literally have not seen you in the shower, and like they're not looking in on me, but we would walk out and I would be in a towel. They're like, we literally haven't. Have you taken a shower in a week? I'm like, no. They're like, get your ass up and take a shower. So
Well, no one wants to touch my
they would send me
vagina.
something like that. And I was like,
That's
okay.
why Cody doesn't ever want to live alone. It's not because he can't afford it. He's afraid of what he'll become.
Yes.
I just want to be a blob and watch TV.
I'm afraid of the success that being an independent bitch will bring.
Ugh. It'll be like Sloth from Seven. We'll go there and he'll just be a
We don't
decayed
need
body.
no furniture. We got cardboard.
Oh, forgot to wash my back butt.
Oink, oink.
Yeah.
Back butt.
Yeah, no, listen, some people, especially in the summertime, but again, unless you're doing like manual labor or you're doing a landscaping job or something, you're probably not going to shower every day.
My boyfriend will shower twice a day sometimes.
Twice a day?
Being a garbage man, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that
makes
right.
sense. Yeah.
Extenuating circumstances.
Because you probably feel all the
Oh,
time
and
like you're.
especially in the summer, it's just hot and
Yes.
nasty.
Yeah,
and
there's no
humid.
AC in that truck,
no,
right?
No
So that's-
AC.
Yeah, people who work in factories, like if they work at I had a friend that used to work in like a seasoning factory, so he'll come home smelling like chicken fried
Old
rice.
Bay.
Like, he would, or like garlic.
Old Bay.
And I'm like, bro, you smell just like ramen noodles. Like you need to stop it. You need to get in the shower right
Yeah,
now.
but that's like deep though. That gets like in your pores.
It's in your skin.
Yeah, you
It
can't
is.
get it
so
out.
I'm like, do you want me to run you a bath? Like you want me to light some candles?
A bath.
He used to get so mad because he needed the job. It was a good paying job, but that was one of the cons of it was you're gonna make this money, but it's gonna be in your pores. You're gonna be smelling like
You just smell like
Lo
lemon
mein.
pepper now.
I was so happy. I was in the shower the other day and I was out of shampoo and conditioner. I was like, oh man, I keep forgetting to go to the store and get some. And then I remembered months ago I had a 2-for-1 and I was able to, I just put them under my thing and forgot about them under my sink. And I was like, oh, here I am taking care of future Bill. Future Bill looks out, past Bill looks out for future Bill. And I had some shampoo and conditioner.
I'm a
ready
big
to go.
advocate for that. My boyfriend sent me a picture of the shower gel that he needed. He's like, either one of these are fine. It was like 2 different scents, and I bought both of them. And he's like, I don't need all this. I was like, but now we don't have to go back. Like now you just have it.
For like
One
a
goes
long
in the
time.
closet
Yeah.
and
Right.
one.
Yeah.
That's why it's good to have people stay the night over your house because when they stay over and they put their stuff in the shower, they forget about it. And I happily use it. when
Use
I'm
their supplies.
Yeah, I don't tell
All
them that
I'm
they
saying,
forgot.
Cody, is that we are currently in a brand new environment. All the equipment is new and sparkling.
You're the most raggedy thing in
Do
there.
not funk up, because I use that room too. Do not funk up
using my
anything. Huh?
Don't be using my room. You got
It
your
ain't your room.
He puts a handwritten
We're all
pound
sharing these
cake on
rooms.
the door.
Don't put your greasy mitts on anything in there.
It's Scott Scooter Reese. That's what the name is on the wall.
I know he put his name plate up. I love it. Alan, both of my sister's kids had a booger wall next to their bed. She had to use a putty knife to scrape them off and repaint.
I had a booger wall.
Come on.
My brother did
As
too.
a young 20-something.
That's just how white folks will do you.
That's right, Mr. President. All right, I got to take a break. If you want to text for something, 35192. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app from anywhere, you can leave us messages there as well, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Phil Bork from my friends at Weatherseal Home Services. It's a great time to beautify the outside of your home and save 50% off Weatherseal's insulated foam siding. Plus, make no payments for 2 years. Not only will you beautify the outside of your home, but the built-in foam insulation will pay for itself with huge energy bill savings.
a thing.
Is it broken?
Wasn't that just a poor man's dashboard confessional?
They were way more emo than Dashboard Confessional.
But it was like a guy, like Chris Caraba's dashboard. How can you be more
Dude, they
emo
were.
than dashboard
Their one
confessional?
song started and it's like, my tears run down like razor blades. Like that's literally the first, I swear. That's
These were
the first
grown
line.
men writing these songs. Anyway, this is a band called Jimmy Eat World, who I don't
they
know
are.
that we've heard from them in a while. It's a brand new song they dropped. It's called Something Loud. I think they're from Phoenix. I think Jimmy Eat World are a
Mesa,
Phoenix band.
I believe.
Mesa, Arizona. We've got
1993 they formed.
We've got Bureau Chiefs out there.
Do you have their Wikipedia page up or are you just
No,
a huge fan?
I am a huge fan, but also I was on the Rock Hall website looking for tickets because Pants did a poster for the Rock Hall because they're playing at the Rock Hall September 8th.
Oh.
Yeah,
So,
Jimmy Eat World
just
is going
fresh in my mind.
They're starting the tour here in Cleveland. They're going to do Rock Hall Live, which is what they just play out at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, like out in the thing there. Is that what that
like
is?
the atrium area, I think.
Yeah. So September 8th is when Jimmy Eat World will play out there at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And yeah, I like those guys.
Who's the?
They don't often go by their initials. That probably would just invite all kinds of comments that they're not looking for. But yeah, Jimmy Eat World, for people who are fans of that band, they're going to kick off the tour right here in Cleveland over at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame on September 8th. I would imagine those tickets will probably go very, very quickly.
I think there's still a few
It's a popular
available.
band.
Yeah, but I love them. I've been a big fan of them since the late 90s, early 2000s. Go back all the way. When they released Bleed American, that album is top to bottom awesome.
Mm-hmm. Well, but remember that they had to change the name of the album
For a little
because
while,
of
yeah,
9/11?
yeah.
Because it came out that summer before 9/11, and then everybody was flipping out. I think they just made it a self-titled.
I think it's self-titled for a while, but then I think they went back to Bleed American after like a year or so. Because I have it on vinyl as Bleed American.
But that was the big one for them. That was one that had the middle and the sweetness, right?
Yeah.
That was the big one. And that one's 20 years old.
There's a YouTube video of one of the main guys in Jimmy Eat World. I don't know their names, so I don't have their Wikipedia up, Mary. But
Jim Adkins is the front man. I know.
Sure.
He was watching a video of Prince doing the middle at one of Prince would just have these shows, and he played the middle, and he's like, I love this song, and just went into it, and the dude's like, I can't believe Prince is playing a song that I wrote.
Right.
That's cool.
That'd be insane.
Yeah.
That'd be, yeah. I was watching that video from the Rock Hall induction. I think it was May 2001 or something. Where it was
When Prince got in?
Well, when they did My Guitar Gently Weeps with Tom Petty.
Oh, yeah.
And Steve Winwood and Prince and just a whole bunch of dudes up there. And then Prince just starts ripping a solo at the end, and it's so fantastic.
That was one of the last good all-star jams they
Yeah.
had at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Because last handful of times I've gone, I can't recall one that they did, because by the end of the night, everybody's hammered.
Mm-hmm.
And more, these acts are like, I don't want to have to go back out there and do John Bon Jovi.
I'm here to hang out.
I'm here to hang out and drink and say hi to people I know.
They changed from the All-Star Jam to the All-Star Jelly, and it all just fell apart from there. It's probably a good thing my website doesn't work. No one can access my tickets.
BillSquire.com. Get tickets.
Mary Santora, professional comedian, is going to be performing with Bill Squire, by the way, who you might have, you know him from
This show.
This show, pretty much.
Could you do Defer Aunts instead of Defer Uncles? What was it? You know him from Forbear Aunts or Forbear Uncles?
Forbear
Guys,
Right, yes.
if
You know,
you're
there's a lot
in-
going on. Listen.
If you're in Willoughby or Lorraine, are you going to get your share of puns?
Mm-hmm. We never met a pun we didn't like. It's okay.
All-Star Jellies.
Yeah, but within
And many more to come.
within the pun universe, there exist all kinds of potential entrepreneurial opportunities. Because every product now that comes out, it's always based on a pun.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, I'm starting a jam company. Oh, what's it going to be called? It's never called like Cuyahoga County
Jams.
Jellies or Jams, right? It's always I don't know, Black Betty Bramble Jam or something. Somebody always makes something up that they, I would too. Sounds delicious. So Jimmy Eat World going to start their fall tour. They haven't put out an album in a few years, but the new one is forthcoming. That new song is called Something Loud. You'll probably hear it here on MMS. For people who want to leave voicemail messages for us, you can certainly do that. The After Hours line is still up. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, it's Matt. Hey, Bill's not actually that far off with his Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band, Santa Claus is Coming to Town. That's fairly early Springsteen. That was like mid-'70s. That was long before like the Born in the USA stuff. I mean, he was popular, but it's still reasonably early Springsteen, so he actually has a little bit of a case there. First CD that I was given was a little bit of a weird pick by a grandparent for a kid in like the 6th or 7th grade, but it was actually pretty good. But it was Harry Connick Jr., Blue Light, Red Light. I still have it, actually. It's still sitting in a drawer somewhere, but, it's okay. And then first CD that I bought was Pocket Full of Kryptonite by the Spin Doctors.
Oh, wow. Pocket Full of Kryptonite. That's not bad.
That's a great album.
I mean, to Matt's point, Bill likes to point out, Bill is our local historian here when it comes to
the boss.
MMS, the boss, yeah.
Mostly just the boss.
And that Santa Claus is Coming to Town was the song that made him a global superstar. He hadn't really done anything before that. So Matt is kind of underscoring that point.
And what can I say? I know my rock history. Do we still have do you got the thing? Poundcake?
I don't know where it is.
What thing does he have?
I do. I think it's at home, though.
Oh, the rock trivia?
I have it, but it's at home. It's like with all the stuff I brought from the things that I didn't forget. Unlike your tripod.
And I have heard not a peep, by the way, on the bureau chief map.
Wow.
Not a peep.
Because it's in someone's basement.
I don't even think it's that. I think I've really still racked my brain over. I just don't know why somebody would take that off the wall and trash it. Because the halls at Oak Tree
were full of trash.
Were full of garbage. I mean,
I just don't understand how the thieves lasted that long, because it had to be someone we know, because they're just...
I don't know that it was somebody we know, because if it was somebody we know, I assume they would have emailed me and said, hey, man, I've got your map.
But they want it, so I think they're just stealing for the sake of stealing, just because...
Nobody wants that map except me.
We say that, but there have been things that come up missing periodically through our time at Oak Tree, and we never knew who was stealing them. We always blamed it on like the cleaning people or like maybe one of the overnight board ops. But so slowly those people dwindled. Cleaning people didn't come up to our floor anymore. Yeah. We didn't have any more board ops. So who else was left that was stealing things? Things were still coming up missing.
But that's my point. By the time we got out of there a week ago, it was a ghost ship. It was us and Corey Roddick.
All the more reason.
But Corey's not going to...
I didn't say it was
one's going to take... But that's what I'm saying. The list
weird of you to accuse Corey Roddick of that, Poundcake. It's real strange. Why would you say that?
Well, he has the right, since Alan jacked him of his mic. It was his last Pride Joy. And he was just like, you know what? He probably cried on the way to work that day. And he was just like, I just want to give my one final send-off.
He took it and set it on fire.
And literally, he comes in.
Well, I didn't jack his mic. I took the boom arm off. But the mic and the cords were still intact. He could have done the handheld thing.
Make his job so much harder. He just wanted to come in and have like one final show, and you took that from him.
So join the club.
Bitch, I'm gonna take your map. Corey,
that actually is not that far-fetched.
Yes, I'm gonna take your map. You took my pride.
It couldn't be farther fetched.
No.
Wait till I see him.
You won't find it.
He's hanging out with Jesse. I'm like, Jesse.
I see him every morning. He's got a hell of a poker face. If I have seen him every morning,
he makes eye contact with you.
Yes, I talk to him.
It would be great. That would make it so much better if he's like, "Oh yeah, I totally have it, dude."
Or if I just come in here one morning and it's in the studio.
Yeah. Sorry, bro. Took your map.
Sorry, bro.
Got the faint smell of urine on it because he wanted to send a message.
Oh God, I would love that. I would
like
love
when Mo
Corey.
wanted to redo Mo. Daddy, this place smells like Tinkle. No. Listen, I the list of suspects has got to be near zero.
Well, you're not thinking of getting rid of the dank, are you? The dank.
That's why I'm so vexed and continue to be. Because There's no value to that whatsoever. It's not like a listener was walking and it was like, I'm going to snag the bureau chief map as a goof. It's just, why would somebody take that off the wall? Leave everything else unless they knew it was going to drive me crazy. And nobody could know that. I could have just as easily been like, yeah, I don't care. You know, I've got the list of people. I'll just digitize the map, which is the plan anyway. But to just have it missing, it really is. I need a Benny Blanc on this case because it's so strange. Because if it was somebody we knew, A, nobody we know would have taken it. B, let's say they did, they would have apprised me of it. They would have said, hey, man.
I don't think
so. That leaves people who are in the building to clean up. And nothing else was cleaned up. At least not as of when it went missing.
I just think
I can't even say it went missing.
You give people a lot of credit. That's all I'll say.
For what?
You just think that people are
No,
good
I
and
don't. I don't give people credit. But I can apply logic to the situation and say that there's no reason somebody would randomly take that.
And that's the reason
unless
why
they were
people
throwing
would
it in,
take it.
unless they were throwing it into. Yeah, but would you, let's pretend you're a rational person. Would you randomly take something you didn't care about just to abscond with it? Like
Because I know that you won't think that someone took it. It's so obscure and meaningless that.
But it's not obscure and meaningless.
People would never.
Just to them it is. To me it's not. But to anyone who might take it, there'd be no reason to. The blacklist was on cardboard that was on the wall. I took that down. I have the blacklist. It's in my garage. I took it off the wall.
That's gonna look weird if someone has to go to your
And go
garage.
in your garage.
like they're just like, why do you got a list of black people's names, dude?
Oh, not only that, I got that cardboard cut out of my head that they put at Progressive Field when they had no audience for the COVID
He's
games.
got his own face and 500 black people's names.
Yes. When you open up my garage door,
you know what if you
just
did,
me staring back at me.
If you did have the map, they would think that the pin is each of the people.
This is my map of black folks who listen to the show around the country.
This might be a blessing in disguise, actually.
No, the blacklist is actually in my basement. My stuff is scattered all over. It's an office. I would have never guessed that much stuff was in my office, but as it turns out, it's like when you move from an apartment to anywhere else, you go, oh my God, how do I have this much crap?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously this map thing doesn't consume my thoughts, but boy, it's one of those things where it's like, I just want to know. I just want to know what happened to it. Even if somebody's like, hey, I have it, I would say, keep it. I just want to know
what happened.
Remember the movie The Vanishing? There's this Dutch director named George Sleezer who made a movie called The Vanishing about this guy whose girlfriend goes missing. They're on a road trip. Girlfriend goes missing when she goes in to use the bathroom at a rest stop. Never comes out. And he can't figure out, and he's consumed by this. And he goes on for years, and he's living his life, but he's consumed by what happened to his girlfriend. The director remade his own movie. He made it with Jeff Bridges and Kiefer Sutherland years later. I don't know how he made such a great movie, but then remade it, and it was terrible. Or not as good, I should say. It's still kind of a wild movie. If you talk about Jeff Bridges' movies, The Vanishing. It was early Sandy Bullock. She's the girl that goes missing before anybody really knew who she was. It's like that. He spends the whole movie and he finally tracks down the guy he suspects of kidnapping his girlfriend. But the guy won't tell him what he did. He's like, the only way you'll know is if you agree to go through what she went through. And then I'll tell you. So there's like drugging and burying and this whole thing, that's what it is. The bureau chief map is my Sandy Bullock.
You're going to go through everything that it went through.
Yes. I have to fill you full of push pins.
Hang you by a string?
That's right. Because people are like, oh, I bet Charlie grabbed it. Or I bet Dieter put it on eBay. I go, listen, God bless him. I go, but literally, it has no value to anyone other than me. It has no value. It's just a silly thing we threw up on the wall.
Yeah.
That's why it's so confusing to me. Be different if it was something that, like Bill had a pair of sneakers in the studio and somebody snagged them. Like, I get that.
When the laptop was stolen.
Yeah. I mean, all the Rover stuff, they auctioned to people, right? Like, they sold it. I don't have anything like that. It was just my crap in my office. But that bureau chief map, it wouldn't, and I wouldn't have even, I was going to put it in here.
You're not allowed.
I'll tell you what I'm not allowed to do. They're going to find out what I'm not allowed to do. You just wait until I hang Christmas lights in this window, Mary.
Just half.
Yeah.
One half angle.
I mean, I pulled the Christmas lights down from the Oak Tree studio when I moved everything out.
Mm-hmm.
I figured it would just be, why not?
Leave
right?
them there for the next tenant.
Maybe someone's kid had a project for school and needed a giant map and walked in and said, hey, free map.
Look at that. How wonderful.
I mean, that could be. By the way, I got the first email this morning that my daughter's elementary school had their first lockdown drill this morning.
My goodness.
That was fun. What a good
Well,
time.
at least it's just a drill.
Just a drill.
So-
Oh, yeah. I was always freaking out because I would get not every week, but every other week, I would get, I was on the text chain for my older daughter's high school. They were always having lockdown at this school. I'm like, how is it in 2022 that people can just walk into a high school? Because her high school didn't have metal detectors or anything. And 9 times out of 10, it was like some kid walked in from another school trying to start some crap with his girlfriend or whatever, you know? But I was like, how can people just walk in to high schools? Like places around the country that have a history of violence now, high schools. There are like restaurants you can't get into unless somebody pushes a button. Like a dentist's office, they got to push a button and let you in. High schools, yep, we'll just see what happens.
Well, who's going to pay for the button, Alan?
I'll pay for the button.
All of them? That's a lot of buttons.
Hmm.
Didn't think about that, did you?
No, and listen, most things I don't think about.
I got into this argument with my boyfriend a couple weeks ago. He was bitching about the roads and saying, what's all my tax dollars going to? And I said, you do realize that everyone's tax dollars just don't go to roads. There's other
What does he
things
mean?
that
He was
goes-
mad about construction?
No, that they're potholes and stuff.
Oh, I see. Because
So-
people are equally mad when construction happens. And they have the sign that says, your tax dollars at work.
Right.
You're
They sure
damned
do.
if you do. People are like, why is there so much construction?
So then I'm like,
because you complained about the potholes.
I was like, okay, but you do know that it goes to like education and NASA and this, like all this money doesn't just go into the roads. And he goes, well, if they're not going to fix the roads, why don't they take our money and make schools safer? And I said, why don't you explain to me what you mean by that? And he was like, I don't know, put like cops or police officers, security guards or metal detectors at every school. And I was like, at every school in America, you want them to have a $3,500 metal detector at every single school. Where's that money going to come from? And I was like, is it going to come from NASA? Is it going to come from the FDA? Is it going to come from the EPA? Like, where do you think
Oh,
this
you mean
money...
where will the money... No,
Right.
when people vote on levies in their town.
Right.
People vote with their wallets. They always say that, right? As much as all these people, kids are great. Obviously, they're making all that up. When a school levy goes up, school tax increase, people go,
Nope.
I don't
and that
have
was the
kids.
thing
Not my kids. I don't
Screw
care
other
about
people.
that.
I don't have
Yeah.
kids. Why should I have to?
That
and
would
it's
so be me.
your.
That's Cody, the one who's voting down the levy.
Okay, listen. Okay, I'm just saying that like you can't have it both ways.
Well, this was the point I was trying to make to him. I was like, the taxes that come out of your paychecks are allocated for other things.
We're trying to live in a society here.
He's like, just take the taxes from NASA and give
Not from NASA, from the military industrial complex. Our defense budget is so overinflated. That's where we can get the money from.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, we gotta have the best weapons.
Well, I
we
said
already
that.
got 'em.
But this is
I
what
want the
I'm
better.
saying. This is what I'm saying. If schools are going to be de facto military zones,
Yeah.
then let's fund them
Then
appropriately.
fold them into it. Yeah, just make schools part
Just
of
a
that.
part of the
Yeah.
military defense
I
is
mean,
also schools.
We just made up Space Force out of thin air. Let's make up a military arm of public schools.
And then he goes, well, it doesn't have to be every year. I was like, so every other year they get
Yeah.
security?
The kids are safe every
They
other
did a
year.
bang up job at Uvalde, Texas.
And
So
he's getting increasingly frustrated. And I was like, I asked you like 2 backup questions, man. It's not as easy as take money from this place
is
and give it to that place.
this conversation leading to the fact that all this frustration led to you guys having sex? Is that what you're trying to tell us in a
No.
very circuitous fashion?
We went to brunch after that, actually. We were on our way to Lakewood, and he was not happy with the roads between Berea and Lakewood. So that's how it started.
How long of a trip is that?
25 minutes.
25 minutes.
Slapping sounds.
The kid was in the backseat, dude.
Yeah, that's gross, Mary.
Slapping
so sick.
sounds.
God, somebody called DCFS. Holy cow.
But with the roads being all bumpy, I can see why you guys would get so turned on.
None of this was about sex. Alan said put in a
All
button.
it takes is bumpy roads.
He's trying to relate.
Yeah.
Alan said put in buttons. And I said, my boyfriend says take the money from NASA. Bill works there.
No, I don't. I just shop there.
I've got to take a break. If you'd like to text 35192, I will have Mushroom Head Halloween tickets for you. Boy, if you've never been to a Mushroom Head Halloween concert, you should go this year. It's at the Agora on October the 29th. It's a Saturday night. I'll hook you up coming back. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Tell me where you do it. Make sure that you are on our, well, I was going to say map. Make sure you're on our list.
No maps.
Of
no maps.
bureau chiefs. I'll have one made up. And
I think we should get a globe.
A globe.
One of the flat Earth globes, though.
Is there any other kind? I mean, I've never understood why they called it a globe when it's clearly just a big flat plateau. Ken listens to the show in Pittsburgh. That's a city in Pennsylvania. Julie's in Rockingham, North Carolina. Doug is in Dundalk, Maryland. Andrew is in Orlando, Florida. Deanna listens in Birmingham, Michigan. Brittany's in Austin, Texas. And Brad is in Yukon, Oklahoma. We've got a message on the iHeartRadio app. You can always leave little talkback messages there, too.
Hello, WMMS. I'm looking to get a hold of a one Corey Roddick. I hear that he's in possession of a certain map with pins on it, some memorabilia from the old studio. I'm poised to offer him a full 1 month's salary for possession of this. I assume that's going to be around $50 or $60. So if you just want to get back to me, that'd be great. Thanks. Bye.
Son of a bitch. I see what they're doing there, but nobody knows what I'm doing. See, I put him up to that guy.
Ooh, to see if
And
Corey
now
actually has
we'll
it.
see who falls into my trap.
Dangle
We'll
that
see.
sweet, sweet $50 in his face.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
See what happens.
You flash a grant in a guy's direction, things change. Toot sweet.
You know what I like about Alan? His tough talk.
Toot sweet.
Yeah, that's right. If you want to avoid a Donnybrook with yours truly, I don't want to. If you're not down for a kerfuffle. Yeah. Alan, it's so weird. I tried to find you guys on YouTube. It's not that hard. People go, I can't find things. You just put it in Google. It'll come right up.
Or go to AlanCoxShow.com or
Alan
search
Cox Show.
The Alan Cox Show.
.com. I knew you looked like from years ago at a Browns game, but my surprise at seeing Mary and Bill. That's another interesting thing, too. You know, this show has been on the air in Cleveland for 12 years. And people who are still coming, it's one thing if you're coming new to the show from the jump. It's another thing if you've listened for a long time, but have never
been to the website or seen
something,
a video.
yeah, never.
Like we post clips on our Instagrams all the time.
I know people have lives to lead.
Yeah. But you know, but welcome to the YouTube. I hope you found it. This is what we look like. I'm sorry.
Mary and Bill look totally different than what I imagined. They are nothing bad. They are both great looking, is what this person says. Now, I don't know if this is a guy or a girl. But obviously this goes, huh?
Ask Bill if he got that.
No, I got it.
How Bill plays to the camera.
Yeah.
I just played to the
Oh,
camera.
he did?
Pretty
Oh, you
good.
did? Oh,
Mhm.
okay.
Are you going to start playing the camera now finally?
Should I do it again?
Yeah.
Well, there you look ill.
I don't look ill.
You look like that.
I want all my necks to get in it.
Yeah, that fisheye lens ain't doing you any favors. Listen. Well, because our angles are different here, too, right? Bill's real close. You and I are a little further back.
I stopped wearing makeup already. One weekend.
Yeah, I know.
Did you notice?
Well,
I
it was
wore
one of the
makeup.
first comments on the live stream. So I was like, Mary, give up already? And
I wore
was like,
makeup
yeah,
all
yeah,
last
she
week.
did.
I wore makeup yesterday.
I thought you only wear makeup for when you have a show that night.
Usually, but when we came into the cameras, the new camera situation, and they're so much clearer, I wore makeup all last week. I wore makeup yesterday.
Why just do it for a week if you're not going to keep doing
Oh,
it?
because I quit.
Why?
I gave up. Because I don't. I'm.
You know, it's that kind
tired
of
watching-
perseverance that I think is really going to pay off in the end.
Just when you get here.
Well, that means Bill and I have to start wearing makeup.
Just go to the makeup department and get your makeup done. That's what we do.
Whatever, dude.
You know makeup abhors a vacuum, Mary. Now we have to start wearing guy liner again.
Do it. I
And
love
I
guy
swore
liner.
I never would. Again. Yeah, well, why don't you wear it?
I feel like I could ruin.
I'm a girl.
I feel like I could ruin guy liner for you.
Please don't wear it. I'd be so upset.
Please don't wear it. Please. You know, this has been a wild week for fans of Cleveland sports. You know, some big names in, you got to go back a ways. But a big week for people to pass away associated with Cleveland sports. You know, when Dick from Dayton called yesterday, he mentioned Jim Mueller died. Jim Mueller was the radio voice of the Browns for a long, long time. He was on television. He was on radio. He was 79 years old. You know, anytime they do a write-up on these guys, they have to use the photos. They have to use their old headshots because these were their professional photos, and that's how people remember them when they were in their heyday. Jim Mueller was a sports director over at Channel 3 in the mid-'80s. He was Jim Donovan, I think, took over for him, and he's been there ever since. But you have people's headshots from the 80s. You'll know what they look like at the very end. But he played college ball, and he was, whatever. And then I heard Stansbury talking about how Len Dawson died. And even if you're not familiar with his CV, that's a name a lot of people know. Like Len Dawson, they go, oh, he played for the Browns. He played for the Browns like half a season in the late 50s, for Christ's sake. I mean, the guy wasn't, he played with Jim Brown and those guys, I think. You got to go way back for the Chiefs, Len Dawson. Right? Yeah, he's primarily known for the Chiefs. But I associated his name with the beginning of NFL films or Inside the NFL.
Man, I love NFL films. Those are so good.
John Facenda. John Facenda and Len Dawson are the two names I think of. Inside the NFL was, I don't know if it was one of the first shows that HBO did that was like original programming. But that show in the early days of Inside the NFL was Len Dawson. He's a local guy. He's from Alliance. He played for the Browns and the Steelers. Like in the early 60s, a long time ago. He won the Super Bowl with the Chiefs. If you know your Browns history going that far back, he was the backup for Milt Plum, who was the Browns QB at the time. And he was a big deal at the time.
That's why they say Cleveland's a plum.
Milton Plum.
Because of old Milty.
Browns QB Milt Plum. Who, by the way,
Milt Mary, you trying to correct my sports knowledge over here?
You
What's
are
the
Mr.
matter?
Sports, I heard. I'm not correcting
Never heard
anything.
of old Milty?
I have not heard of Milty.
Old Milty Plum?
Never heard of Milt Plum.
God, a Milty Plum sounds like something that like a bug infestation will do.
Yeah, like it's
like a farmer be like, oh, we got the Milty Plums again.
Milt.
You got to make sure you spray them every day or else they get milty.
Right.
You don't want them milty.
That guy had
firm. You want some firm plums.
Milt. Oh, Jesus. It's back to Mary getting home, taking the bra off.
Mm-hmm.
I got so many messages from women. They're like, I do the same thing.
Yes.
I let my jugs out, and I get it. I understand.
Yeah, why don't you do it here at the window, ladies?
Okay, let's go.
Yeah,
me?
let's do it.
You want me? I got my belly out. I ate pizza twice today.
Ladies,
you want to be the first one to smash against the window?
I showed Alan my butt on the first date. And we were out there getting that beard oil stuff, and I pointed to Alan, and I just pointed at my butt. He's like, all right, I get it.
Well, not your bare butt. Yeah.
No, in my jeans.
Well, you did
I was
that
like, is he in my butt? Get
on
it?
my Instagram story last night. I had the Bill Squire show logos up. I'm like, hey, look, I got the, and then Mary gets up on the chair in the background. She's like, it's my butt.
See my butt?
Here it is.
Butts are funny.
I agree.
Butts are funny.
I wasn't mad about it. Butts are funny.
But
Especially when they do that.
But any of you ladies who want to press some top ham up against the
Get a little juggles
window.
out. I've been going crazy on my no diet. I'm starting back again with my sister Monday. We're going to start working out. My teacher how to do macros. So I had...
Oh, good for you.
I had pizza for both meals today so far.
Breakfast and lunch.
Yeah. And I stopped to get a fry after therapy. My French cries.
Oh, good for you.
Is there a discount for that? Like a therapy? You're just coming from,
wish.
If there's not enough salt on our fries, just cry on them.
My therapist is right next to a McDonald's, though. And I always want...
That's probably by design.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Probably helps.
Premium rent over
How
there,
can you be
probably.
loving it if you're not loving you?
Oh. Who do you work for?
I'm
Don't
just
let Wendy's hear that.
that's about therapy. That's
Oh,
about
that's-
self-care.
okay.
Yeah.
By the way, Wendy's going on the offensive because of E. coli concerns. They're pulling all their lettuce.
Oh.
Yeah, you're not going to Wendy's for the lettuce.
I don't think anybody's going to be
You're
upset
not
about
going
that.
to Wendy's for the lettuce.
Well, but there are people who are like, I like all the fixins on my hamburger, but that's smart of them. They're like, nobody's going to grab these red pigtails and take us for a ride. We're removing the lettuce now. Toot sweet, if you will.
And McDonald's is like, listen, you're going to get diarrhea anyway.
Look, we don't even have lettuce in the building, if we're being honest. That stuff you thought, not lettuce.
Anywho,
But yeah, take your bra off.
Mary's French cries.
Maybe the French cries.
Yeah. Well, when I put my daughter in the car, I take her to school in the morning. It's our little time. And when I put her in her seat this morning, she pointed to the floor and she goes, "Is that an old dirty French fry?" And it was like an old desiccated. I go, "Yeah." I go, "As a matter of fact, that was my rap name in college."
Old dirty French fry.
And she goes,
Were you half rapping in French?
She goes, "Is that true?" I go, "No." Because we're always joking. My daughter is developing. Listen, kids can be funny. Kids can be randomly funny. She is developing a very specific sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
Not she's just randomly saying funny things like a 6-year-old might. There's some thought going into them. And that's what makes me. We went to have a dinner a couple of weeks ago before we went to, before Gwen and I went up to Northern Michigan with our friends, we went to have dinner at a hibachi place. Yeah. And so they're cooking the food or whatever. And we just had forks at our table and wanted chopsticks. So I asked the waitress for 3 pair of chopsticks, and she said, sure. And she brought them over, and my daughter grabs the chopsticks and looks at the place setting and says, "You have no purpose, fork." Just at the top of her lungs in the thing. And I go, okay, well, there's something's going on there.
Right.
Right? That's good. And then we were watching some YouTube video about a veterinarian who was, it was a show called Vets Saving Pets. And the beauty of these shows is they can't save every pet. So they'll have kind of these jump cuts to where the vet just tells the camera that they can't save the pet.
And they're just washing their hands and going,
right.
Another fire.
The voiceover just says, so Dr. Smith calls the people and tells them they can pick their pet up so that they can make her last days as comfortable as possible. And I said, they shouldn't have called this show, to my daughter, we're sitting there watching this. I said, they shouldn't have called this show Vets Saving Pets because they can't count on that every time. You should have called it Doctors with Shovels. And she's like, but what if they gave them all the pills they could to try to save them, but they didn't know what they were giving them? Just pills, pills, pills. My daughter goes, curse you unlabeled pill cabinets.
She's definitely your daughter.
I go, so there's something happening here.
Yeah.
There's something happening. But Old Dirty French Fry went completely over.
Oh, she had nothing.
Yeah,
Is that
she didn't
true?
care. Couldn't enjoy it.
My therapist has had to remind me on several occasions that children don't really start to develop a full sense of humor and understanding of sarcasm until about 8. He said 8, 9, 10 is when they really start to get funny and they start to like understand. They can be funny before that, but like they really start to get jokes and tone.
And know how to deliver it back.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's something we'll run into with my boyfriend's daughter is we'll say something sarcastic and she takes it seriously.
Are you guys sarcastic a lot around her? I think it's like the environment too. Like if you give them a steady diet of sarcasm, but they know there's no malice to it.
Yes.
That's when they'll start to glom on. And
So it's like since I've moved in, honestly, over the last few months, she's gotten a lot better with sarcasm because I'll say things or my boyfriend will say things and she takes it so seriously that she'll start to cry. So like we heard sirens and my boyfriend does the typical dad joke. Oh, Blake, they're on their way to get you. You're going to jail, you know? Yeah. And she's like, why would I go to jail? Like it gets so upset. And we're like, no, honey.
She really thinks she's going to jail?
Well, I'm saying over the last few months, we're like, baby,
She's
you're not
a bad kid.
You're not going to jail. You didn't do anything to go to jail. We're just joking.
Should have got a permit for that lemonade stand.
She'll be like, please don't joke about that. Like that kind of stuff. Or like when she's misbehaving, and I think this is just from something that my parents did. I would
What kind of misbehaving? Like running through the house with a pickle in her mouth?
Yes, misbehaving.
Oh,
Like if we'll tell her to get off her tablet and she doesn't want to get off her tablet, I'll come up with the most obscure scenario I can think of. I'm like, well, if you don't get off your tablet, I'm going to take it up to the top of the building and I'm going to throw it off. And she'll be like, don't throw my tablet off a building.
Right.
And I'm like, there's no buildings around here. I'm kidding. I'm just
not
trying
going to do that.
Right. But she is starting to get it and not quite give it back, but we'll start to say it and she'll look and get a smirk and be like, you're not really going to throw my tablet off a building. We're like, that's right.
There
We're
you
not.
go.
We're almost there.
Said no, if you do, you're gonna pay misbehaving.
Kicking and spitting and cussing out loud.
Running through the house with a pickle in my mouth.
Playing in the street, look at me outside of waving.
just two little kids out there misbehaving.
Oh, out there misbehaving.
When you went to the restaurant and had chopsticks, did they give her the kids' versions, or can she use the? Does she know how to use?
They
chopsticks?
started. I don't know if she can, but I noticed that recently because we've been there a couple times. They started giving them the little springy helper thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was.
Her and Gwen.
I was with.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I went to get sushi with my girlfriend a few weeks ago, and she was having trouble with the chopsticks, and the waitress, who was probably like a 17-year-old Asian girl, just like walks over and just holds the pair,
The children's one?
the children's one, and she's like, "Do you want these?" And my girlfriend's like,
Yeah.
I don't. It's okay. But I was dying. I was like, "Yeah, give them to her. She stinks with chopsticks."
Yeah.
I will say my boyfriend's daughter got him good the other day. When you say they're funny and sometimes don't know it. So he's always comparing his car to other cars. So now she can notice a Subaru Forester. Like she knows the car. Because she's like, look, Dad, it's your same car, you know? And she said something about like, what if all the cars were the same? Like, and she's going on and she's having fun. And Brian, he said something along the lines of, he was like, well, whose car would be the best? And she was like, it wouldn't matter because it doesn't bother them. Because he's always comparing
It only
his
bothers
car.
you. Yeah.
And I lost it. I was laughing so hard. And he's just got this look on his face. I was like, dude, she got you.
They're
Like,
not in a competition with each other.
Right. They don't care, Dad. That's just something you do.
That's very funny. And was she even trying to be funny, or
I don't think so. She just spit the truth out.
Yeah, hit him with the truth bomb right there, and he's got to reassess his whole way of thinking.
It doesn't bother them. I was
Doesn't
like,
bother them.
oh, got him. Got his ass.
Alan, I can barely tolerate listening to you, let alone having to see you. You guys are all ugly. Maybe just wear bags over your heads.
Hell yeah.
Well, I ordered those for us. Those there's a company called Street Side Studio Radio Head Bags.
Mm-hmm.
And they're at
that
Streetside
.com?
Studio RadioHeadbags.com.
Okay,
That's
cool.
right. And they're kind of DIY. They give you the materials, but you have to cut your own eye holes out
Oh, well, because different sizes.
of eyes.
Yeah.
Yes, not heads. One head size fits all. Different eye hole sizes, though. But they give you the dotted line concentric circles
Oh.
so you can really customize it. So to that person, be careful what you wish for
You just
because it's going to look like the strangers in here.
Just do that
In about a
slow
week.
head turn.
That's right.
The tilt.
Yeah. Al, my friend, made a joke to his 3-year-old about some cupcakes having broccoli in them, and she lost her mind.
Mm-hmm.
Broccoli's delicious.
Not in
I
a
don't know what the
cupcake.
I've never had broccoli in a cupcake. It might be delicious. Have you ever had meatloaf cupcakes with broccoli in them? Delicious.
There's a cupcake store right here called Colossal Cupcakes. Walk in and say, do any of your flavors have broccoli?
Could I have one made with broccoli?
Oh, you make your cupcakes into milkshakes? Any broccoli milkshakes?
Right.
Ugh.
Because cupcake stores are always owned by somebody that also has like a vegan restaurant or something. So you know they're going to have random broccoli somewhere, if not
Well,
just
then
for
go
their
find
own.
out.
I'm
Go
going
find
to.
out.
Do
for
that
their
in the
own
break.
personal lunch.
And while you're out, run by CVS and get me a 40 because I'm going to wrestling after this, and I need to be drunk.
I'll give you I've got a, when we were in Jersey, I bought something from CVS that turned out to be wrong, and I went immediately back in. I was hammered. And the guy gave me a CVS card with my money credited on it. So I'll just give you that bill, and you can buy a 40 over there.
Thank you.
I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, you can listen anywhere and leave messages on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. The Buzzard is back home. Up. And this is no exception.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
That trip to Vegas for you in about 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 o'clock. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival is about a month away, exactly 1 month away. It's the Black Keys, it's Pat Benatar, it's Marcus Mumford, and many, many, many more out of the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. If you want to go, there are only 3 chances every single day for you to do it. You can win with Rover, you can win with Dan Stansbury around 1 o'clock, and I have a trip for you at 5 o'clock. So that is coming in a few minutes here. We throw in $1,000, by the way, to kind of pad your wallet a little bit. Guardians are playing the Padres as we speak. It's real barn burner. 1-0 Cleveland in the bottom of the third. They beat the Padres. Padres are a very good team right now. They beat them last night. And listen, at 1-0, they are on track to beat them again, quite frankly. And then they'll go all the way up the coast. I think they're driving as a team, is my understanding, in an old VW bus.
All of them? Like clowns?
A caravan of classic VW buses. All the way up to Seattle to play the Mariners. That's a 4-game stretch that starts tomorrow afternoon. I think one of those is a rescheduled rainout game. So they're going to play them tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's what your Guardians look like. Before the break, we were talking about it's been a bit of an odd, sad week for Cleveland sports fans that go way back to the days, right? Len Dawson dies. Jim Mueller died. Kenny Lofton, who has been on this show.
He didn't die, did he?
No, he
Okay.
did. Well, he might
sad.
wish that he had.
Oh.
Kenny Lofton's in some trouble. Kenny Lofton was with the Indians 3 separate times, if memory serves. He's on the Alan Cox Show blacklist. I don't even know if he's got a triple-digit number. Kenny Lofton got in early. We had him on the White Sox for a cup of coffee. I think he played 1 season for us a couple of decades back. He's being accused of sexual misconduct by an ex-employee. So he had a woman whose job it was to, part of her job was overseeing his social media. And a guy, okay, so he exposed a female employee to explicit pictures of his body that he sent to women on Instagram. So he didn't send his D pic. Mind you, Kenny Lofton's like my age, right? He's older, but not much. Nobody in their 50s should be sending D pics. I don't care if you're a former professional athlete. Do you remain a professional athlete even when you're retired? I mean, you were an active professional athlete, but you'll always be a professional athlete. You know, like they still call you Mr. President even when you're not serving.
You're a retired athlete.
But he's a professional. I mean, he was a retired pro athlete. I don't know.
So, former employee at an investment firm that he co-owns. There was a guy who says that he was fired in June, and the company refused to pay his salary after he reported that a female employee told him that she saw Kenny Lofton's dong. A guy named Brandon Toney. By the way, just a quick aside, Brandon is spelled Brandyn.
Yeah,
Stop doing
it. It's a guy. I mean,
Stop it.
You do you, boo, but I mean, you know.
It's not his fault. It's his parents.
No, I guarantee. I
way.
guarantee 2 parents didn't name their son Brandon with a Y.
They absolutely did.
Nevertheless,
it's not 2 parents. That's a mom's decision.
He said that a female with the company reported to the company's attorney that she had seen Kenny Lofton's D pics in private messages to women. So he didn't send them to her, but it was part of her job to oversee his social media. She monitored his Instagram as part of her work. The dude just reported what she told him, and they fired him the next day. and he thinks it was part of a guy who's making about $85,000 a year, and they think that this is part of a payback. He said he worked grueling hours for these companies. He said he took the job because he idolized Kenny Lofton. Always a good idea to take a job because you idolize the guy at the top. Nothing wrong with that. I remember getting hired for an internship because I was the only person who wasn't slobbering all over the host. They go, everybody comes in here and like wants to sniff his armpits. And I go, yeah, I don't, I'm just looking for an internship.
I didn't know you and Cody applied for the same job.
We did. And we both spent a lot of time sniffing each other's armpits.
Is he even back there? I haven't heard him talk in like 3 segments.
I believe that he is.
He's been rehearsing for the Poundcake, the Poundcake sports break.
Sports break is this afternoon, about a half an hour. Are you rehearsing right now?
Cody?
Have we not had him on?
I don't know. I have him up.
I feel like he's been quiet for the last couple segments, hasn't he?
I have him up.
He's not paying attention. I got him on video right now. He's just typing along. Not really.
Is he on the phone?
No, he's talking, but we don't hear him. Okay?
He's not talking right now.
He was.
Okay, now he's talking.
Are you trying to talk and we don't hear you?
Chewing on something.
He's chewing on something. Hold on. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to unpair you, Poundcake.
We're
I'm going to repair you. Okay?
Wait, what's going on?
There he is.
Well, just as I unpair.
Yeah.
Do I hear you now?
Well,
Nope.
now-
Hold on.
Now he's unpaired.
This son of a bitch. Is he just not paying? What's going on? Hello?
Do you hear me? What's going on?
I hear you now. We were talking to you, and we could see you talking. We couldn't hear you.
I'm on the phone.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I was on the phone. I'm getting.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, hang on one second. There's.
No, yeah, go ahead. Do your thing.
Do your
It's
job.
okay. I don't see any lines ringing, but okay, that's fine. Oh, he's putting someone on hold. Anyway, Kenny Lofton has got to deal with this situation now. I mean,
this is a weird one. I don't think
it's weird, but I think the wiggle room here is that he didn't send this woman. If it's part of her job to oversee his social media, I would think you'd go, yeah, there might be something like that in there. I don't know. This seems like it would be
he's
a
not
real
showing it to her. That's like
right.
I don't know how much she needs to go into the DMs. But also, I love that he's just. It's like I'm Kenny Lofton.
He's just sending him
Right.
out there.
Here's
I
the
mean,
D.
what like any dudes? This is hardly the worst situation a professional athlete's found himself in.
Yeah.
But the lawyer, I don't know if the lawyer is suing, or not the lawyer, the male employee. There's a female employee. The dude told the same attorney with the company that the woman did that she told him about. He said he was fired 2 hours after he sent the email to their corporate attorney. So that's happening for people who remember Kenny Lofton with the Cleveland Indians. Hey, Jill.
Hey, Alan. Hate the show.
What's going on, Jill?
Well, I was just telling Poundcake that back in the day when AOL first started, the big thing was chat rooms. You could get in these chat rooms. And I had this guy in a chat room telling me he played for the Indians and he wanted to get me and my girlfriends into a game. He'd leave us tickets. And so we were going to exchange pictures. And back then you had to email them and it would take forever for them to download. And so I'm sitting there and I'm waiting and waiting. And I see Kenny Lofton's face. And then I see the locker room.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I see the locker room behind him, and there he is in his birthday suit holding a white towel and smiling as big as he could smile. So back in the 90s.
And you're sure it
Kenny
wasn't?
was
And you're sure it wasn't a bat?
No, that was a big bat.
Yeah.
It's like that bat was a completely different color than the rest of him, so it probably wasn't a Louisville Slugger.
Jill, did you meet up with him?
I did not. I was so freaked out that it really was him and that he sent that kind of picture because it wasn't so common back then.
Right. And were
I'm
you
impressed with his use of technology.
Were
back
you
then.
of age?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I was
okay.
a mom, and yeah.
Oh, you were a mom.
Absolutely.
You're a mom in a chat room.
Well, I wasn't in the chat rooms to pick up anybody.
Gotcha.
It was
You just did, though.
just-
Now, did you send him a
Yeah.
picture back?
No, I did not send him a picture, and he kept emailing me wanting to know if I had pictures of me and my friends. And
Right.
yeah, and I
It's
just
quid
kept
pro
ignoring him.
quo, Jill.
Was it nice? Was it big?
I showed you my bat. Please respond.
I know. I
Yeah.
know. No, it was a home run for sure.
Yeah.
Boobs.
But you didn't send him anything. He just
That's
had
so rude.
you
No.
stumbled upon. Well, again, about Poundcake. She was a mom. She's not looking to,
She shouldn't have been in there. If she said that she was exchanging emails with the intent to send nudes, like
No,
come on.
no. We weren't. I wasn't intending to send any nude. I just wanted to get tickets to a game because it was when they were really hot.
Okay,
And
now
he
you're
and
after my
he, and
own
he
heart.
sent her a picture of what the price of admission was going to be. She
Yeah.
goes, "Hey, how much?" And he sent her
Absolutely.
a photo from the waist down. Right.
8 inches.
8 inches is what. Yeah.
That's what it costs.
Well,
How much?
at least.
$8? No.
Make sure you choke up.
Right. All right. Well,
Little
make sure
baby's
that
arm holding an apple.
make sure that you hide that screen grab in a file that doesn't say anything compromising. Okay, Jill?
I know, isn't that awful? But I thought I couldn't believe I was hearing this story because he was doing it back in the 90s.
Wow.
He's a pioneer.
I
He really
know.
was. He was. And did you have to wait
He
for it
was.
to picture to buffer? Was it what you had to?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
It started out like from the top of his head and kept, you kept seeing a little bit more.
I see.
And I'm like, oh, that's really Kenny Lofton. And then it was like, oh, that's really Kenny Lofton.
He had his jersey on, and then he was just Donald Ducking it around the locker room. Right. Wow.
Winnie the Poohing it, yeah.
Winnie the Poohing it. Okay, thank you, Jill. Thank you for your service. And
When you get something like that, do you keep it forever, or do you do the cool thing? It's just like, oh, whatever.
I'm not getting a punitive vibe from Jill there. She sounds like she was just in the wrong place at the right time, maybe. But I mean, he played for a lot of teams. Played for the Indians 3 separate seasons. We had him on the White Sox. I think he played for the Dodgers. I don't know if he played for the D-backs, but he played for a lot of, and he's on our blacklist. And frankly, after Jill's story, I'd like to make him number 1. He's all-time stolen base leaders. Kenny Lofton's one of those guys.
He's amazing.
He's from outside Chicago. He got practice running a lot where he's from. What?
Was Bill looking at my mouth moving? Is that why you thought I was like trying to talk to you?
Yeah, but when with all the stuff that's going on technically here, we thought maybe we had lost you, but
No, that's how I answer the phones now. I turn my mic off and then I answer the phones, and so you won't ever. I don't have a headset or a phone anymore, so yeah, it's
Gotcha.
gonna be real weird for a while.
Let me do this trip. It's a trip for you to Las Vegas for our iHeartRadio Music Festival. It's exactly 1 month from today. You and a friend will put you up, fly out the whole bit, get you tickets for the shebang, and we'll throw you $1,000. So listen closely and good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. Time for your shot at $1,000 and a VIP trip to Vegas for our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword LUCKY to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info, standard data, and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's LUCKY to 200-200. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Speaking of D-pics, Tommy Lee posted one out. And again, it's a matter of public record what Tommy Lee is packing if you've been with him long enough.
Yeah,
Tommy
it's nothing
Lee
new.
No.
That's like standard issue first D pick that people see.
That's right. He's OGD. And Tommy Lee is still a skinny dude. He's like pushing 60, this guy. But he said, and we were just talking about this too, he said that he had posted that full frontal pic when he was on a bender a couple of weeks ago. They had 2 weeks off the tour, and he went on a huge bender, which says to me that this Brittany Ferlin thing is not going well for him. He married this girl, Brittany Ferlin. You know, she got real big on Vine, and she's like 25 years younger than him, and she's kind of cute.
Oh, she's pretty.
She did some funny videos back in the day, but she ain't in the picture. And if he's getting hammered and posting his D, that's not a good sign. That can't be good.
Or it's going great. It's
But-
so perfect.
There's no comment from her.
Right.
She wasn't like, oh, I was so happy to see that. That's very exciting.
And he was, from what I've read, he was sober for 4 years and then went the other way. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Always sad.
Tommy Lee kind of cleaned up, and then I think obviously it's all speculation on anybody's part but his, but I think he was a guy who was like, this ain't all it's cracked up to be. Like,
Being sober?
I tried to be a good guy for the people in my life, but then like I don't think he's got a great relationship with his older kids, and so they're team Pam Anderson. So I think they were being dicks to him, and I don't know how far back the lack of sobriety goes, but this Brittany Ferland thing, I think, he had himself a hot young wife or girlfriend, now wife, and he was like, let's party.
His older son tried to fight him. His older son, I think, played on like The Hills or something like that. He was on like the revamp show.
Yeah.
So they don't get along, I don't think.
I was drinking. This is what he said. He was on like a break, hanging out by the pool, and he said, I was drinking 2 gallons, not pints, not quarts, but gallons, the big handles a day. That's effing crazy.
How did he not?
Gallons
Tommy
of
Lee,
booze.
Tommy Lee doesn't get the respect he deserves for being in that Keith Richards, Ozzy Osbourne tier of rock star. Because Vince Neil, all those other guys have cleaned up. Mick Mars has like some degenerative bone disease, right? The guy's just like a house of cards waiting to crumble. So he's not doing anything like that. Nikki Sixx famously overdosed decades ago and died for a short period of time, and then he cleaned up. Vince Neil clearly swapped the needle for the fridge. He's doing his own thing.
Ozzy's clean, isn't he?
Ozzy is now, but that's because he has been for a long time.
He's Parkinson's or something.
Parkinson's.
Right?
But Ozzy
he's
has
gone
been
back
clean.
and forth.
Yeah, Ozzy's been clean for. But what I'm saying is,
Keith Richards?
what I'm saying is, these are guys who abused their bodies and still live. Like they've literally, people have studied, these guys are just genetically different. And I think people forget Tommy Lee should probably be in that category. He's almost 60. He's still skinny. He has put heroic amounts of everything into his body. Yeah. And he's still out there doing it.
It makes me sad, man.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Why?
Because sobriety's friggin' hard. If you've got, like, to deal
But
with...
he's living how he wants to live.
I don't think so.
Clearly.
You don't drink 2 gallons a day because you're happy.
No, you don't drink 2
No one
days.
does.
He does.
No one drinks 2 gallons of booze a day because everything's going swell.
This guy's packing a hog. He's
What are you
got a
running
20.
from? If
running
life is
from
so
what?
great, if life is so great, why do you have to be hammered all the time?
He loves getting hammered and
I don't
having
think so.
fun.
Yeah, but
I don't think so.
that's beyond hammer.
That's so much.
That's
I don't
so
consume
drunk.
2 gallons of any liquid in a day, let alone booze.
He said, first of all, I guarantee you he's exaggerating. Second of all, he didn't say that he did it every day. He said there was a stretch where he was doing it. You can't keep that. I mean, you would kill yourself if you did that every single day. Find me a picture of Tommy Lee where he's not grinning ear to ear, this guy. He's loving life.
Dude, when I was hammer pants, drunk mirror was always happy. I'm smiling, and then you're not. Then you're crying, then you're sleeping somewhere, and then I don't think people do not drink like that because they're happy. I don't buy it. You don't use or drink to that capacity if everything's going great. We're not talking having a few drinks and, I had a weird weekend.
I'll defer to you on that. All I'm saying is Tommy Lee is still alive, looking good, playing well. This dude was playing with 4 broken ribs. Maybe that's why he's drinking 3 handles of whatever it is. Yeah, he was playing the drums on tour with broken ribs.
These rock stars, I'm not one of them, so I can't speak for them, but I feel like...
what? You're not?
You're my rock star, Poundcake. That's how I think of you.
Aw, do you hear that? Come smell him.
Yeah, come smell me. Go ahead.
I just feel like they feel like music is all they have. That's the one thing that people, that's what got them famous. That's what people use them for. That is their one thing that will keep them afloat. So no matter what happens, at least I can still play. So no matter, take out my ribs, if my arm breaks, whatever, I'm going to still play this because this is all I have left. This is what makes me stand out and makes me unique. So I think the music is the only thing that has stayed consistent in Tommy Lee's life. Wives have
Fine.
come and
That's
gone,
what.
kids
What's the
have
matter
come
with?
and
That's what pays the bills. What
Yeah.
else has to stay consistent?
But that doesn't
They're
mean
one of the
you're
biggest.
happy. That's just all that's all he has.
Yeah, I'm sure he looks real sad.
Hey,
Alan, money doesn't bring happiness, bro. I know
do,
you're a
let
millionaire,
me let me do
but-
my own research on that.
Okay.
To quote Nick Griffin. No, listen. There are plenty of people who are exactly as you described them in that situation. I'm just saying, Tommy Lee, I think, is having a better time than some other people. Now he may find himself sober again. He may go, I was running from some things, but this guy's still out there doing it.
But I think what it really comes down to is he's had such high highs in the past, and he probably misses that because in the heyday he could do this and there was nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Back in the the 80s when these guys were on top, and then they kind of have this fall from grace where people still love them, but it's never going to be like that again.
Right. They're not 22 on the
right.
Sunset Strip anymore. Yeah.
But because of the way they party and the way they live their lives, it's hard to come to terms with that. And I think that's what pushes him to drinking all that booze. And like you go on this tour, you're beat up. You see all these people that still love you, but they don't look like they used to.
Right,
And
but
you look out in the
But this is
crowd-
my point. He does. If you're Vince Neil, you go, oh my God, I'm fat and I can barely sing. Tommy Lee pretty much looks like Tommy Lee did 30 years ago. He's got a wife who's 25 years younger than he is. He's still rocking and rolling, doing what he wants to do. Everybody else looks older and fatter. Tommy Lee.
Right.
I mean, yes,
But
his face, he's clearly 59 years old. He's done some hard living. But the guy, this was a naked
But I'm saying
D-pick, and he looks like he's a $120.
He can't find that balance though. And
Balance, schmalance.
Well, when you're going so far and drinking so much to the point where you are posting your D on social media and you are drinking as much, even if he was exaggerating, sounds like he was drinking way too much.
He said people said he said 2 half gallons is what he said.
This is how Alan goes down. You're gonna go up in a wave of flames when you get your abs.
Wave of flames.
Wave of them like this.
That's a good.
He's gonna get his abs, and then he's gonna start drinking a gallon of liquor a day. And then when you hit 59, and you're like, "F you, business, I'm out." D-pick, you're like Tommy Lee.
It's not gonna be a gallon of liquor. It's gonna be a gallon of Mountain Dew.
He's all hopped up and shaky.
That's right. Vibrating from the dew.
He's got that.
That dew-dee.
that West Virginia dew mouth. Where he's got no teeth left.
Alan, tell Mary to shut up. The happiest times of my life were filled with drugs and alcohol.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's fine. Mary has a point. I mean, I get what you're saying here. I'm just saying Tommy Lee is still living that life, boy. Okay, I will have, we'll do the Poundcake Sports break shortly. Before that, though, I will hand off another pair of tickets for you. The Smashing Pumpkins are going back out, taking Jane's Addiction with them, and they'll come to the Romo Fijo on October the 29th, so it's not that far off. You want to go to that show. We'll hook you up after the break. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to win your way into our 2022 iHeartRadio Music Festival. The same festival where Prince joined Mary J. Blige and Sting joined Lady Gaga. As the biggest superstars from all genres of music come together September 23rd and 24th at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. Tickets are on sale right now. AXS.com. Don't miss Avril Lavigne, Black Eyed Peas, Diplo, Halsey, Lionel Richie, LL Cool J featuring DJ Z-Trip. You got Luke Combs, Marcus Mumford, Maren Morris, Megan Thee Stallion, Morgan Wallen, Nicki Minaj, Pat Benatar, and Neil Giraldo, Sam Smith, The Black Keys, and it's all hosted by me, Ryan Seacrest. Stream it free on the CW app and CWTV.com, and keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000 spending cash. See you there.
shaka laka laka. Blues Traveler covering Sly and the Family Stone. They used to put out these compilations years ago. I probably still have them on CD. They were called Hempilation. And they're all like covers of stoner songs and things like that, or stoner adjacent, whatever. I always loved this Blues Traveler take on this song.
This is great.
Yeah, great song.
I love Blues Traveler.
Yeah, they're going back out. I mean, it's a band that's, I feel, either by design or by accident, has kind of been missing for a minute, but they're going back out. I would love to see Blues. I saw them on remember the Horde tour? I saw Blues Traveler on the Horde tour years ago. It was, I think it changed every year, but I saw Blues Traveler. It was like Black Crowes and Lenny Kravitz. A band from Pittsburgh that was hot for a minute called Rusted Root. Remember Rusted Root?
Yeah.
Send me on my way.
Send me my way.
On my way.
On my way.
Yeah, they had one big
Send me
hit
my way.
that got used in every cartoon for about 15 years.
The trailer for Matilda. It might have been in the actual movie.
Yeah.
What? That on my way?
Yeah.
On my way. Send me on my way.
That's Rusted
That's
Root.
Ice Age.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They got big off that one song. I used to work with the drummer's wife when I worked for PBS.
Do you know
And
who?
nice people, but that is a band that ate itself alive.
Do you know who the main character is played by in Ice Age, Bill?
Dennis Leary?
No.
Oh, right. Hey, I'm a monkey or something. I don't remember this movie.
A monkey or something.
Or a sloth. I don't know.
Nope.
Prehistoric. Oh, I'm a woolly mammoth. Yeah. Oh,
Right, it was Ray Romano.
Look at me. I'm so woolly.
People forget Dennis Leary has all that
Leary,
Ice Age money.
Mm-hmm.
Because he'll pop up every so often. Dennis Leary's in something now.
He's a saber-toothed tiger.
Right. John Leguizamo
Mhm.
was the little annoying thing or whatever.
Doesn't anybody love me?
There you go. But those movies made a lot of money. So
I
those guys
loved
all
Ice
have-
Age. The original Ice
I
Age was
only
like
saw
one
the
of my
very first
favorite
one.
movies. I loved it.
I
It's
think-
cute.
I think I only saw the first one. Yeah, I was a little.
They made like 9 of them.
Yeah. I was a little old for those, and then my kids weren't really into those ones. Or they might, I don't.
I think that
remember
skipped them because
Yeah.
I was like a teenager, I feel like, when
Yeah.
they came out. Maybe like early teens.
Well, anyway, I play that song because they have determined that the kids are getting high AF. Young Americans are using pot and hallucinogens at a record rate. So the only thing that's gone down is Molly.
I mean, those are the best ones to use.
Because it's not 1995 anymore.
If your kids are going to be on drugs, pot and hallucinogens, that's better than heroin or cocaine.
Yeah.
Because those all are mixed up with fentanyl. So take some shrooms, go on a trip, kids.
I was talking about the trip we just went on with our married parent friends. They were all not all of them, but I mean, more than a couple of them, they were chowing shrooms. And I was like, God, I couldn't tell you the last time I did mushrooms.
I did them when we were
It's
on
not like
vacation and we went to that cabin. I didn't.
But were you kind of microdosing?
I mean, I
or-
took a pretty good amount
You
one
did,
day,
I guess.
but it wasn't like. So the first time I took shrooms, I've only done them twice. The first time I did them, it was like I was on shrooms. Like
Right.
it was.
Your
it was,
trippy trip.
Yeah, it was a full trip. This time it was like I felt great. It was a great day, but I never got to that level that I got the first time, and it was like being high on really good weed. Just like I was giggly and having a good time, but it wasn't like trippy. It was just nice. I just felt great.
Yeah, it's been a long time for me, and I'm always worried when the opportunity presents itself. I'm always worried now that I'm not going to have a good time.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
well, and
it's-
you can't be worried going into it because then you won't have a good time.
right.
Your attitude going into it is like super important, from what I hear.
Well, that is true, but again, I don't even know if it's accurate. But for me, historically, I've differentiated between acid and mushrooms. Those have been two different kinds of trips for me.
I've never even done acid. That
Okay.
one,
Well, that you very much have to be in the right frame of mind, or else you'll sit on a chair for 5 hours wondering why the floor is trying to eat you.
Right.
Right? You can't have like a bad brain going into that. Shrooms, though, it's been a long time. And I'm like, the last thing I need,
Mm-hmm.
right, is a professional man and a parent.
You have a bad
is
trip.
to have a bad. I just
Something's
don't.
unlocked,
I'll
and then
be
you're not the
pissed,
same.
I'll be or whatever. I wouldn't. My brain doesn't even go that far with it. Just in the moment, having a bad time.
So my one brother, 28-hour workday, the one that I fight with all the time, hit me up and was like, "What do you know about psychedelics?" And I was
Right.
like, "Interesting. What are you looking into?" He goes, "Well, I've heard that things like acid or MDMA or mushrooms can really break down the ego of some people and make them more tolerable." And I was like, "So
Ego death.
I was like, "So instead of going to therapy, you want to do MDMA?" Like this is
Oh, they're prescribing that
Well-
for people now, and they're like, it does amazing things for people in the right.
Because he's such a stubborn person, I was like, this honestly might be great for you. Like, I was like, this might be the thing that actually gets through to you, you know? So I told him, I was like, I would definitely suggest starting with mushrooms and starting with microdosing. Please do not, because he's never done, he smoked weed in high school, but I don't think he's ever been like drunk, but he's drank a little bit. I'm like, I don't think your first experience with drugs needs to be MDMA. That's pretty intense.
Drink lots of water.
Right.
Your family's so weird.
Aren't they
because
crazy?
there's- Well, because like you go so far with everything, and then you have your brothers who both I feel like are kind of teetotalers. Like I don't think your oldest
they're-
brother,
They're Christians now, but they smoked weed in high school.
but they didn't like ever really.
They weren't partiers. They
Party
didn't do
and drink or
drugs.
anything like that,
They
yeah.
didn't do anything like that. So when I got that text,
Nerds.
I was like, this is interesting. He's like, I've been doing a lot of research. I've been reading a lot up on it. And it seems like something that I think can really help. And I was like, hey, man, if you want to do mushrooms, just get with somebody that has done them and they essentially babysit you.
I'll do mushrooms with your brother.
Yeah?
We'll have
You
a
want-
good time. Yeah.
I didn't throw it out there because I'm kind of in the same boat as Alan, where I'm like, I'm doing okay right now. I feel like I don't want to unlock anything that's not meant to be unlocked.
I spent a lot of years doing a lot of things, and I was like, I'm fine. I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody. You know, even this past weekend up north, like recreationally, for a half a second, I was like, when I saw somebody pull the gallon Ziploc bag out, I was like, But Gwen and I looked at each other like, we're not gonna, right? I'm like, no.
Yeah.
And we're fine. Like, just we drank and had fun, and you know,
Late
and
show
everybody
Saturday.
else had a good time too. They were fine. It wasn't like we couldn't. It wasn't like everyone was splayed across furniture.
Right.
It was fine. It just wasn't. I wasn't feeling it.
Late show Saturday at my taping. I'll take mushrooms before I go on.
Why would you do that?
Make that the mushroom set.
There you go.
You release
Because
a whole second
I'll
one.
have 3, pretty much all.
I guess.
Yeah.
But
Maybe,
you gotta. Are you
maybe.
gonna do it like an hour beforehand, or you're gonna take them
Like
before
as soon as I get done with the early show, I'll
So
take
that way
them
you'll
then.
be
so
tripping
they'll-
by the time you
so
get there.
By
Yeah.
the time it starts, they'll be kicked in. I'll be like, whoa.
Tomorrow
What
and-
are even jokes, man?
Tomorrow and Friday here on this show, 420, mushroom head tickets
Hey.
for Halloween. Hey, Poundcake, are you on the phone? Are you ready to do the Poundcake sports break?
I was just on the phone, but I'm ready to go now.
Ready to go now.
Play ball! This is a Pound Cake Sports Break!
In the headlines today, if you've ever wanted to buy a Super Bowl ring, here's your chance. Ex-New York Giants star Hakeem Nicks is selling his Super Bowl 46 ring. This little piece of history could be yours. Bidding starts at a cool $25,000, but experts say it could go for well over $80,000. Small price to pay for holding the ring to the game that was used to upset Tom Brady in 2012. So, just throwing that out there. Also, speaking of Tom Brady, this is something I am not prepared for. Rumor has it that the football legend is making an appearance on The Masked Singer. The story broke on TMZ, courtesy of King Jong, one of the judges, noticing the stature of one of the contestants and said that it was giving him footballer vibes. I don't know what that means, but okay. Tom Brady has been missing training camp due to a personal issue. And it happens to be right around the same time filming Wrapped. Seems a little fishy to me. And no, the costume is not a fish or a goat, but you'll have to watch The Masked Singer to know for sure. The new season airs September 21st. And lastly, big news coming to Cleveland. I heard from a little birdie that the powers that be are in talks to bring Major League Soccer to the city. How exciting. Cleveland will once again be an international city. Remember when LA brought David Beckham from England? That could be us. Can't wait to see someone bend it like Beckham, but be careful. Don't bend it too far because it's Cleveland and you might break it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
I had a hard time following that one.
Yeah, you okay?
Did you get hit in the head in the break, or are you all right?
Why? What was wrong about it?
It was hard to follow.
How so? What was hard to follow about it?
Kind of all over the place and jumbling your words up and.
Oh, I don't know. I guess
performance. The delivery was a little shaky.
It was okay. It was fine.
Well, this is the first time I was doing it on my phone versus it on the computer last time. So I guess
I thought you always did it on your phone.
I do it on my phone, but last time I was using my phone as the camera, so I had to do it through my email. So it kind of just.
You should. Why don't you just print it up in big font?
I don't know.
Give yourself like.
Who prints things out anymore?
A guy who's doing a thing where he's having a hard time reading the script.
Yep. Okay, that was like the one time out of.
No, I know. I'm not. I'm just breaking your balls. I mean, it's all good.
I like the idea of a professional soccer team coming to Cleveland, though.
What about the Cleveland Crunch? Isn't that a professional soccer team? What am I missing?
It's not Major League.
No, I know.
It's
not MLS, but it is they're like professional soccer coming to Cleveland. It's not MLS, but it is professional soccer.
Well, it's not Major League.
Yeah, it's
soccer.
not Major League. Major
And
League is major money.
That's the biggest one, and also, I don't think the Cleveland Crunch that was indoor soccer, and that hasn't been around in a while.
I mean, Columbus has the Crew. Is that correct? They still have the Crew?
The Crew, and then there's Cincinnati FC or FC Cincinnati. I think they got a team.
I thought Cleveland had an FC.
No.
I mean, that's not MLS either.
Well, there was a semi-pro team, and they would tweet at us from time to time. I can't remember what the name is though. But I would love. I mean, what would be good?
That's you're thinking of Jackie Moon.
No. That's. But that should be the Cleveland Tropics.
Yes, the Cleveland Tropics. Why not
the
that?
soccer team?
Yeah.
Dude, so where are they gonna play? Do we get a new stadium? I love a nice, big, expensive stadium.
They're not gonna build a stadium for Major League Soccer.
Well, where are we gonna play?
They're not.
They probably
an existing thing.
Work out a deal with one of the college stadiums around, or with First Energy or something like that.
Nah, we need like a $50 million stadium somewhere. There's some room downtown.
Come on, girl. Yeah, it's me, Jackie Moon. Don't give me that look. That's right. Let's get sweaty. Let's get real sweaty. I'm talking rainforest sweaty.
Oh, Love Me Sexy is such a great song. Oh.
Cleveland Kickers.
Kickers?
Yeah.
The Cleveland Kickers?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a fun name for the Cleveland soccer team that's headed here.
There's already a Cleveland Kickers.
Okay. I would say Cleveland Forest, but not with Deshaun Watson in the city.
What about
the what?
Force.
The Force.
Oh,
that
the
was
Force.
What about we bulldoze over the Lakefront Nature Preserve and put a stadium there?
Yes. Let's bulldoze the Nature Preserve.
Right behind the Defense Department.
There won't be any pushback on that. While we're at it, why don't we just take some of NASA's property?
They don't need all that. I'm sure they're probably working with like half a shop anyways. They probably laid off a bunch of people.
I don't know. I asked Bill. He works there.
I don't work there. I just shop there.
Okay, finally, let's just get rid of Burke, and then they could put the soccer stadium there.
Okay, well, anyway, that's...
This has been
The Alan Cox Show, pandering to soccer fans.
That friggin' gnat is in here.
Oh,
I look like I'm...
Thanks a lot, bug boy.
Look like I'm casting a spell. Would you wash your ass, Poundcake?
It trailed all the way.
Yeah, it's made
there.
its way all the way up there.
Well, my sports break stunk, so it found the way into your studio. I'm sorry.
The content was fine. It was the delivery that sucked.
Okay, I'll work on it.
Jumble mouth. That was too harsh. I love you.
Well, and if jumble mouth, and if the content, if the delivery is bad, it doesn't matter if the content is good, right?
Yeah.
Fine, I should practice more then.
I think you should practice less.
I'm saying make it right. Work smarter, not harder. Just make it easier on yourself. If you're squinting trying to read off a phone, don't do that.
Well, here's what I think is I don't think you need to read it word for word. You know where you're going with these things. You know the stories. So it's not like you have to go.
Oh, you want him off book?
Yeah, just be a little looser with it.
I know, but I read it in my own words for that reason because I don't want a Bob Evans moment.
Usually, I think this one jumped out because usually you nail him, and this one just felt weird.
Okay.
We all, right? It's fine.
Everyone has an off day.
Of course. I have them every day. Alan Mary is right. I drink a fifth a night because I hate my wife and kids, and the bottle is cheaper than divorce and
See?
adoption.
I know what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah, that guy, an extreme case. I drink every night because I hate my wife and my kids. Well, I'm sure they love you, sir.
There's so many things
You're
people...
fifth a night. I wonder why you don't have a good relationship with them.
People drink to do just all kinds of stuff to get out of childhood.
Just take ayahuasca. You can vomit and have diarrhea at the same time.
My brother asked about ayahuasca. I was like, you need like a shaman for that. Like you can't just
it's
get
a guided thing. There's no at-home ayahuasca
right.
kit,
You gotta
by
go
the
into
way.
the desert for a week.
Yeah, he's going 0 to 80.
Right. It's like you're not doing ayahuasca.
Also, dude, even if it's expensive, get the divorce if you're not happy. Go be happy. Figure it out.
I feel like if you are not happy with your wife and then you cheat on her, you're like kind of in a bind because once you file for divorce, she's going to get you for everything worse because she's like, you cheated on me. I'm like, but we hated each other.
Yeah, but infidelity is not illegal.
No, but I'm just saying it will come out in divorce and you can get a bigger settlement that way. It's
that you won't necessarily get more money just because of infidelity.
Okay, I thought there was like, being unfaithful or whatever.
Well,
that's
maybe in a Tyler Perry movie.
That's absolutely something you would introduce into the proceedings. You would say irreconcilable differences, or they call it abandonment of affections or something like that. In some states, you are right.
North Carolina, you can
North
sue
Carolina,
the
that's
person
right.
that they cheated with,
Yes.
which is so petty. That is so petty. You can't sue your husband.
Well,
which
it's a very emotional situation.
I'm surprised you're not a lawyer, Poundcake, because I feel like you'd have such a good time being a divorce lawyer.
I just want to be like the typewriter, the sassy typewriter in the courtroom, like, ooh, my hand just starts going. Oh, I can't believe it.
I bet you $50,000 he can't tell me what that is actually called.
What's what called?
Courtroom journalist.
It's not a courtroom journalist. What are they journaling?
What's going on in the court, what's going on in the trial. It's
No.
documentation.
No.
Transcripts.
No.
What are they doing?
Bill, tell him what that person is called.
That would be a stenographer.
A what?
Exactly.
He's like, I know, they report it.
That's right.
They got that little ass typewriter.
Yeah, why do they have a typewriter? Why ain't they printing stuff out then, since they got their degree and they know everything?
I don't know. It's all shorthand. I don't even know shorthand.
Patrice.
My grandma writes in shorthand. So she's got like journals and journals and journals from all these years of just writing down like every day she journals. She doesn't even do anything except journal. And she's like, I wrote my journal today. And that's what she writes in her journal. Like it's
looking at the birds
she's got
again.
So many journals, and it's all so we don't even know how to read it. Stupid gnat. We got in the break. We're catching this gnat. We're killing this thing.
I'm gonna
We're
poop.
working
You want
together.
me to do it in here?
We're working together. We're
So it
catching
comes
this
through.
thing.
Let's get that turret up and running and get that gnat. All right, I'm going to break. If you want to text for something, 35192. Listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. The Buzzard has come home to roost in downtown Cleveland. And all this week, we're celebrating by bringing you downtown for the Smashing Pumpkins and Jane's Addiction Show coming to Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse on October 29th.
Thank you very much.
Win tickets with Rover in the morning and on the Alan Cox Show in the afternoon. And while you're downtown, come check out the new studios on Euclid. You can press ham or any body part you like on the window during Alan's show.
That wouldn't bother me.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Morning, noon, and bite. It's buy one, get one for $1 at McDonald's. Choose from a sausage McMuffin, sausage biscuit, sausage McGriddles, and hash browns. For lunch, enjoy a McDouble, McChicken, 6-piece chicken McNuggets, and more. Buy one, get one for $1. You can get two of the same item or mix and match them. Prices and participation may vary. Valid for product of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Our largest inventory since 2020. They're here right now, and more are on the way at the all-new Mazda of Kent. Mazda of Kent. Mazda CX-5 crossover SUVs. Mazda CX-30 CUVs. Even 2023 Mazda CX-50 crossover SUVs, and more.
45192. Well, the Guardians are just stacking up runs.
I love it.
Yep. It's 2-2 against the Padres out in San Diego. 6-0. Bottom of the fifth. They were sitting there at 1-0 for a while, but they must have gotten a whole series of runs.
Fourth inning, they blew it wide open. So Jose Ramirez has hit 2 home runs. In the fourth inning, they scored 5 runs. So they're having a nice day.
Are people still talking about that Stephen Kwan kid? For a while, everybody was really creaming their jeans.
I mean,
over
he's
him.
definitely cooled off from the beginning of the season, but I think he's still playing good. He had a couple of RBIs in that inning.
Okay. Next week on the show, short week, be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But I'll have tickets for you if you want to get to that In This Moment show, Maria Brink, with really good support on that. Sleep Token is a great band. That's going to be mid-September at the Agora. Cedar Point tickets, I'll have 4-pack of tickets for you for Cedar Point. And Tenacious D tickets all next week at 420.
Mary, we going?
Tenacious D is September the 16th out at Blossom. Mary will not be going, as she has this misguided impression that Tenacious D is no good.
Come on, from the D to Willoughby. Friday night we go to Tenacious D. Then Saturday's our show in Willoughby. It'll make everything so perfect.
You know, the 16th of September, by the way, Tenacious D notwithstanding, that's going to be a big show here because our friend Josh Wolf is going to return. He's doing that weekend at Hilarities. And the triumphant return of Dr. Ryan Berglund, who is a surgical urologist with the Cleveland Clinic, and for many years very graciously gave of his time and his talents and would come in and do a segment with us called Is It Red? And he would just take calls from you guys who've got weird stuff going on in the strike zone. And he would sometimes be out there saving lives, as it were. Now, with COVID and everything, we haven't seen him for quite some time. February of 2020 was the last Is It Red that we did. So he will return on September the 16th. And I expect each and every one of you with drippy bits.
Come on.
And if they're not drippy right now, you got time to get them drippy by September 16th.
Go get them all dripped up.
That's right. Come
up.
on.
Drip them up.
Create your own destiny. You are the master of your domain. Give him something to work with. I mean, I'm golden. I can't be in here helping. I can't be telling him things.
You wear condoms with your wife.
Yes.
I think you're
going
going
to get no drip.
No drip. The only drip I have is my Adidas tracksuit.
Okay.
Boom. Take that.
Nailed it. Nailed it. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. Still, if you want to leave us voicemails there, you can still use it. It's 216-986-8903.
Listening to the show from the 22nd, talking about Gary Busey, I was at a horror convention, and after hours, we all went to the bar that was in the hotel, and he was hitting hard on my girlfriend at the time. And I just remember being very drunk and going into the restroom and splashing some water on my face and thinking, I may have to punch Gary Busey in his Gary Busey face. Now, I didn't have to do that. Everything turned out fine, but whoo, what a thing to have to deal with. Gene from Parma.
Oh, my God. Gene from Parma is the best.
Gene. I love Gene
Holy
from Parma.
cow. I was really worried that I would have to punch Gary Busey in his Gary Busey face.
There's no other way to put it.
It's the only one that he had. And Gene could have done some damage there. Thank you, Gene. It was like hearing from Gene. You know, we were talking about sniffing, Poundcake and I on occasion will sniff each other's armpits. And they have come to a scientific conclusion that people who are more into sniffing another person, like people who engage in more body odor stuff, right? You get a straight shot of them pheromones. It really makes you hornier. This was a this was a cross-cultural thing. They studied people in China. They studied people here. They studied people in India, where you it's a full spectrum there of body odor sniffing. But across the board, people who do more full-on sniffing of another person, irrespective of what kind of shape they're in, it horns them up. So it's good to know for people who don't. Sometimes you never know what you're into. Maybe not even into, but you can become accustomed to something because of the person. Like I remember I didn't date girls who smoked because I didn't smoke. It wasn't my thing, whatever. But I dated this one girl. One of the first girls I remember dating regularly was probably 4 years older than me. And she smoked. And at first I was like, but she was so cute. And I was batting so far out of my league that I hung on. And I got into
That smell.
the smoky making out. There was something about it.
Really?
Yes. No one was more surprised than I was. And then, of course,
I bet your mother would be more surprised.
she was very
Did not
displeased.
raise you that way.
Very displeased. My mom said when I was younger and just starting to date, don't date girls who smoke. Because if you fall in love and marry them,
they stink.
They'll be smoking around your kids. And it's just some silly little thing that, mind you, everyone in my family smokes. Not my mom and dad. They quit before I was born. When my dad started smoking, he was 15. All my other siblings smoke. Like when I get together with my family, every half an hour, my two brothers and my sister were out in the garage smoking.
Yeah.
Smoke break.
And I don't smoke.
So cool.
You just what?
It's just the coolest thing.
I think that pheromone thing, I know it's science. It's definitely real. My boyfriend has probably too much information.
Yeah.
Tell us about his stink.
I call it his stink. I swear to God. Like when he wakes up in the morning, like he's kind of sweaty and he had showered after work the night before. So he kind of it's just like his smell.
Yeah,
like
it's his
that's what
pheromones,
he
yeah.
smells like. And I love it. I stick my face in his neck. And I tell him like, give me that stink, man. I love that. But I've never experienced that with,
That's why he doesn't wear cologne, I bet.
probably.
You don't want to cover that up.
I've never experienced that with another dude where I was just like attracted to the smell of their skin.
Science is a liar sometimes.
I tell him.
Well, then
your pheromones are keeping me around.
he is and his frugality.
Yes. That's actually the name of our new couple podcast, Pheromones and Frugality, on the iHeartRadio.
There you go. Spelled both with an F or a PH.
You actually
whatever you like.
superimpose the two.
Oh, you do.
So it's Pheromones with an F, Frugality
That
with a
is
P.
so cute. He's pheromones. I'm frugality. And together,
well, he's both.
We talk about all things love
Mhm.
and savings.
That's right. Savings and BO.
Mm-hmm.
Delicious. It couldn't have been one of the big stories today. Just didn't make it in time for Perez Bilton's hot goss, hot celebrity goss. Is Sylvester Stallone's wife filing for divorce
I
after
saw
25
this.
years? Boy, she takes water wasting seriously because he was on that list of celebrities who are getting in trouble out in L.A. for wasting water when they're not supposed to be, right? There are droughts. Kevin Hart, Kim Kardashian, all of the usual suspects. And those are just the people who got caught, by the way.
She is so hot.
Jennifer Flavin.
Yeah.
Sylvester Stallone's
Flavin.
Waving the hurting Rocky. Jennifer Flavin and Stallone have been married for a quarter century. He was, of course, famously married a couple of times at Brigitte Nielsen. Jennifer Flavin is considerably younger than he is. I think he's 75. She might be like 50. But yesterday, the story was that he had his tattoo of her covered up with a tattoo of his dog. He had a big shoulder piece of Jennifer Flavin, and they've got 4 grown girls. And that a photo of him in the chair getting it covered up with a picture of his dog. That's never a good sign. It sounds like maybe it was preemptive on his part because she has filed for divorce. Saying, he's 76 and she's 22 years younger, whatever the math is on that.
She's 54.
54. Simply no way to know what that math is. But she is accusing him of hiding assets. Now, yeah, he better be. In her court filing, she says that they have marital assets and he is hiding them. But I'll tell you what, when you post a photo of getting your wife's face covered up with your dog, that's not a good sign.
I have a question. Where do you even hide a coffee table?
Or
curtains.
curtains you could fold and put in a drawer.
That I understand. You could hide your curtains in with your other linens. Where are you going to
A
hide a coffee table?
Storage unit. Maybe a secret storage unit.
Mary's assets differ slightly from Sylvester Stallone's assets.
Listen, everything's appreciating in value in my home. My lighthouse dishes, my mismatched silverware, my coffee table.
Flavin filed for divorce on Friday in Palm Beach County and is saying that he's intentionally trying to either deplete their marital assets or put them somewhere else. She took his name. She's been Jennifer Stallone for 25 years. She's looking to restore her maiden name, Flavin. So, but boy, that means she's going to be back on the market. She looks great. She was a model back in the day. Stallone looks like an old guy who still is trying to be Rocky. He's got like the jet black goatee and,
He's doing what he can to stay young.
He's doing what he can. I mean, he's juicing. I interviewed Sylvester Stallone in his hotel room about 15 years ago, and the guy looks like he's about 4 feet tall. So the pictures of him and his wife have always confused me because meeting him in person, you can't believe how short he is. His daughters, the best possible combination of his face and Jennifer Flavin. These daughters are knockouts. You know how Bruce Willis and Demi Moore's daughters, it's a real roll of the dice thing,
yeah.
right? Flavin.
They're getting the wrong jaws and stuff.
Yeah, it's like
jaw to eye combo.
Yeah. There's a very Picasso vibe with that whole thing.
Wow, Sistine Stallone is very pretty.
But these girls are,
and probably taller than her dad.
Lovely though. The marriage is irretrievably broken. So whether or not he thinks that his wife is expendable.
Yeah.
He said it thing from one of his movies. I mean,
he said it. Oh.
That's the title.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Who knew their marriage was so rocky? Oh, come on.
Do another one.
I mean,
I bet his wife's gonna hook up with a comedian like that Burnham guy, and then she's gonna Rambo.
Well, she's blaming him for everything. She said he's the one who drew first blood. Right. So anyway, she's posted photos of her and her daughters and saying that they are her only priority in life. But, when you're a young girl and your dad is 76, even I'm not that old of a dad. I mean,
Does that make you feel better?
Well, Sylvester Stallone's also a multi-millionaire, so I'd say.
Yeah, and she's going to be getting some of that money, and she's going to be dancing. It's going to be a real tango in cash.
Wait, hold on. Oh, darn it, I lost my... There we go.
I don't know any Sylvester Stallone.
Well, the trouble is, the story that I read, it just kind of cut off, so I felt like it was a real cliffhanger there for a second. Yeah.
Well, also, you got to go to court, and then you get nervous about being in court because you have Judge Dredd.
Oh, boy.
The worst is when they play their children against each other and turn them into real spy kids.
Into what?
Spy Kids.
Oh, was he in that?
Yeah.
Oh, God. All right. Oh, Spy Kids. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, she wants the marital assets, including stock options and her rhinestone ring. Anyway. So, congratulations to them. Whatever. Also, for anybody who might feel like Cleveland is not getting its due as a city.
I got one more. If she gets a hold of those assets and some of it is real estate, she's going to cop land.
So.
Well, the way that he ruined everything, she called him a real demolition man.
Yeah, there we go.
I hate this so much.
It's so much fun, though.
Why?
Oh, it's so bad.
I mean, I'm sure she's been in movies too. I just don't know what those would be. He says he's open to dating again. He says that he has an open mind about the whole thing. He doesn't care anything about race, color, or creed. He has no problem whatsoever
Just
with.
as long as they let him in their paradise alley.
That's right.
Well, the girls are at his daughters are an age now where they're probably going to take the mom's side, and she's very protective of.
She's such a long setup.
Of those kids, and if those men don't treat them right, they'll be like, "Stop, or my mom will shoot."
There you go. Yeah. Well, no, she was Jennifer Flavin was worried that with the dissolution that he would kick her off of his insurance. He said, "You're still eligible for Cobra."
She
I'm
said
sorry.
good because
Cobra.
I don't have a death wish.
Anyway.
Anyway, these are all over the top. The premise of that movie is he was an arm wrestling champion
To get custody of his kid.
A trucker that arm wrestled to get custody of his kids. The 80s were awesome.
Yup. So we wish them nothing but the best in their future endeavors. They did live in, essentially, they had this beautiful home there in Florida, and it was, I guess, surrounded by a nature preserve or something. They would mention many nights they were unable to sleep because of all the nighthawks that were out. By the way, what a great, underrated early Stallone movie. You ever seen Nighthawks?
No.
Rutger Hauer is the bad guy. What an awesome movie Nighthawks is. Had to be 78, 79, around there. So good.
Rutger Hauer's a very good
He's
bad
dead now,
guy.
right? Rutger Hauer
I
died?
think so.
Yeah.
Well, he was in a weird movie that I just saw a trailer for or something.
Lady Hawk from back in the day? Or a newer movie?
No, it was like a movie in the 90s.
Well, anyway, Stallone and Jennifer Flavin are divorcing after 25 years. They will, I guess, be...
Blind Fury.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Where he's a blind guy.
He's like Daredevil.
And he basically just goes around beating the crap out of people.
You think that's funny? You got to check out Hobo with a Shotgun. You ever seen Hobo with a Shotgun?
Yeah.
Yeah. They will be securing their own legal teams. Rumor is that Stallone will get Carter. Right. Jennifer Flavin's lawyer is also said to be a specialist. Okay, let me get the hell out of this.
He was in Ants, too.
Huh?
Ants. Something of the movie Ants with a Z.
They were really worried about telling their family, especially their uncles and...
Ants.
Ands. All right, you want to get the last...
There's daylight at the end of this tunnel.
Victory!
Did it. All right, take a break here if you want to get the last word in. 35192 to text, and we will be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Clay Travis. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy are launching a new tech-based golf league. TGL will feature teams of PGA Tour players competing in primetime on simulated courses. MLB will have all 30 teams in action on opening day in 2023. Guardians open in Seattle on March 30th. And Browns defensive end Myles Garrett says Deshaun Watson's 11-game suspension will be an opportunity for the D to dominate and carry the team. I'm Scott Davidson.
Staples has all your dorm or remote learning and workplace solutions covered. This week, get 25% off desks, filing and storage solutions, lighting and decor, and more when you purchase any chair at Staples. In-store only offer ends 9/24. Explore solutions for your remote workspace at Staples, the working and learning store.
Plus tax and fees with approved credit. Some models excluded. See dealer for details. Corvette excluded from GM. Employee pricing expires 8/31/22.
A massive heat wave is coming. Be prepared for the lowest prices on new and used Chevys in a 100-mile radius.